broadcast coverage of the Somerset National Champion of Champions triples here live at the Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Mark Noble. And before I get around to asking him a very important question, I should tell you who we're going to broadcast, and they will be the teams of Kerry Bond, Elisa Waters, Eden Murray, or Morel Manu, sorry, from Picton Bowling Club there on your screen, playing Shirley Jennings, Fiona Wills and Lois Wheel from the Waikiwi Bowling Club. Now, Mark, my important question for you is, what can we expect to see from the way this green is going to play this weekend, do you think?
Well, I'm really looking forward to today. Should have some top quality players out here, and having a look at what I've seen on the green is the ditch side will be a little bit wider than the other hand, so it should be interesting to see which hand they all start on. It looks like both hands are pretty playable from the pairs last week.
Yeah, for sure, and a bit unusual for Kiwi viewers, I suppose, although we're used to it now after having watched the pairs, but I think one of just two blue-greens in New Zealand.
Yeah, I think the blues is quite good actually. I played down there in the north-south game and didn't sort of affect the bowls being a different colour. It was just all good. Just eyes just have to adjust to it.
Yeah, for sure. It either makes it easier to see or it doesn't, I suppose. But a nice little innovation.
Yeah, I think like if you're used to looking at the green all the time, if you're playing at a club that has got green carpet, changing to the blue could be a little bit daunting. But experienced players should be all good.
Absolutely. And we've got a big weekend of bowls coming up, I suppose. It's interesting because we've got the men's and the women's competitions. They're both pairs. And we have to fit them all on just one green that you can see there on your screen of, I think it's an 8-rinker. So we're going to have some players play a little bit late at night for outdoor bowls, but it's in this wonderful covered facility, so I'm sure it doesn't worry them too much.
Yeah, I think 6 rounds per day, so long days, starting at 8 in the morning and finishing around about 9 or 9:30 at night. So from the organisers' point of view, a lot of work for them to do, 13-hour days.
Yeah, so I much prefer sitting behind behind the microphone with a cup of coffee rather than try and run it for your sort of huge days. But a wonderful sort of events to be part of. And of course, we're now 3/4 of the way through the Champion of Champion series. We've had our singles and our pairs, and this is our triples and the fours to go to Auckland, where it'll be split between Royal Oak and Pukekohe. Looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, the fours, a few good teams in that as well, so it should be good fun to watch those and just see who comes out on top.
Absolutely, and I suppose the other thing for viewers to note, if you're wondering where these sort of sit when it comes to national titles, Bowls New Zealand divides national titles into 2 parts. You've got your Gold Star ones, so that's any open national event. So if you go and win the open national singles or pairs or fours, you get a little tick towards your Gold Star. And then we have Silver Star events, which is everything else. So the inter-centres, inter-clubs, Bowls 3-5 inter-club, and then your Champion of Champions series. And if you win 5 of those, you get a Silver Star. And we've seen some very successful people in both. We've had, I think, one of the Scots is on about 10 or 15 Silver Star titles or something ridiculous, Mark.
Yeah, I think Kelvin Scott's got quite a lot on both, so and he's certainly a class act player. So
greedy.
Well, I guess if you're going good enough to be winning, and even for Kelvin, he was just in the last New Zealand team at the Trans-Tasman in Australia, so good reward for some good results for him.
Absolutely. As we just await the starting of this game, I think we're just about ready to go now, which is exciting. Of course, we've got some players from the Picton Bowling Club that we'll be watching, Mark Curry and Elisa and Eden, and they are, of course, from the same club of Jenny Anderson and her lead, who won the Champion of Champion pairs here last week. So happy days for the Picton Bowling Club at the moment.
Yeah, haven't they done well? And also in the singles, I think they got to the semi-final of the ladies singles as well. So some really good results there.
I'm sure they are hoping for another good weekend here at the champion of champion triples. 68 members has the Picton Bowling Club, so sort of nice little bubbling along membership there.
Yeah, I think at some stage we will get some results up to talk about round 1 too, which will be quite good to get that information out to the viewers.
Oh, for sure. Here we go. Here's the start. So we'll have had their trial ends. You can see the bowls there on the ditch in the background. And you were saying, Mark, that you think the ditch hand is the biggest swing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure from what I saw last week in the pairs that the ditch hand seemed to be a bit wider. But both hands looked like they played really good, and you could just trust that you were going to play good bowls down either side of the rink. So shouldn't be any fears for any players out here today.
And that's the first bowl.
And a nice start there, right on the centre line.
So if you look in the top left of your screen, that's the score tick there. So we can see that the Picton Club on the red side of the scoreboard and the Waikiwi Club on the blue. Now Picton have their own stickers on their bowls. You can see it there, that bowl that's sitting at 12 o'clock to the jack as we see it as the Picton bowl. And this is the Waikiwi bowl here with the blue stickers. So blue is Waikiwi, and I don't even know what you'd call those stickers, Mark, stripy things for Picton.
Yeah, white and black stripes. So here's another good lined bowl. So this is good. Both players have hit the centre line. Yeah, both players hitting the centre line really early, which is a great start.
"15 ends.
Do you have any idea, Alex, why we play 15 for the triples and 18 for pairs when it's the same number of bowls? Was there some reason that happens?
I was just wondering that myself, Mark. But we've got 3 days of broadcast, so I'll figure it out before we get to the end.
Yeah, it just seems a bit interesting. We have 15 ends of triples, which is the same number of ends as fours, which has got 8 bowls. I guess someone in the powers to be will know why we play 15 end triples.
I'm sure there's a good reason. I just don't have it at the tip of my tongue at the moment. We go the Picton 2. And Lisa on her back end. I could come around to those stickers, I think, Mark. I don't mind them.
Yeah, they don't look too bad. And the interesting thing here, we've got in the Picton team a left-hander and a right-hander off the front. So they have different lines to the jack. So might make the arc look a lot different.
Here's a random technical question for you, Mark, early on in the morning. And those who've seen you play will know that you play off an alternative. I'm not going to call it the wrong foot, an alternative foot. Do you find that you take a different track to other people because of the way you step forward, that your release point at the beginning is in a different space, or is it pretty much the same?
Yeah, look, I think when I play against the right-handers, they give me a little bit of an advantage because wherever line they take, I'm either, if it's the backhand, I'm just inside their line, and if it's the forehand, I'm just outside their line. So when you're following a normal right-hander, it's quite useful. Following the left-handers is a lot harder. He's just going to chip in the Picton bowl.
Unlucky.
This is a pretty good head to start the day too. So some, about 4 or 5 bowls inside 2 feet. So good start from all the players.
Right in the area on this crossover. And this walking towards us now is Shirley Jennings from the Waikiwi Bowling Club. And then in the foreground we have Kiri Bond. I thought, "Wow, that's a magnificent, it's not a hat, is it? What do they call it? It's a magnificent visor that she's wearing there."
Yeah, won't have to worry about the lights with that on.
You wouldn't have, yeah, no worry about any light, I would suggest, on the backhand.
A little bit dangerous, the backhand, because there is an opposing bowl to knock in, but she played it pretty good, promoting her own.
Yeah, lovely bowl, isn't that lovely? What beautiful weight control there.
And probably holding 3 now after that bowl.
Big pressure early on.
And this nice attacking sort of line. So Shirley's not far away here if she's got the right weight.
Should we willing it on, Shirley?
It's close.
Willing it on. Oh, it's a great effort. Like Kiwis from Southland, isn't it? Yes. So they will be no stranger to a blue-green. They've got one down there.
Correct.
And a club that's name was on the tip of my tongue 30 seconds ago when I started that story, Mark, but it has just escaped. Waverley Bowling Club just came to me in a flash of light there, Mark. Waverley Bowling Club with their blue-green.
Yes, I've got one as well. So I think we'll see just a little bit of weight, I think, here, Alex. Just trying to reach through the front bowls and land the shot bowl. Maybe just a yard.
Shirley.
It's pretty
very close here. It could get unlucky if it gets a feather, and it was unlucky. What a good end that was from these players, and I can see a little blue sticker there at 3 o'clock to the jack. So just the one to the Picton team on this first end.
Yep, and Picton are away. But that was a really good start to the game with like 10 odd bowls all within 2 feet of the jack, and just showing just how good it is to play on these carpets, because as you'll be aware from the other games that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, there's a lot of close bowls.
It's nice when the green allows you to do that, isn't it, Mark? And you get to play proper bowls, isn't the word I'm looking for, but you get a nice high. It's a nice high percentage of bowls, isn't it? So that you know you're going to execute what you want to do.
Yeah, like when we get on the outdoor greens, which is great fun to be out on the outdoor greens, but we have the elements with the rain and the wind, and sometimes we struggle to get them as close as we can on the indoor.
So this Eden here on her backhand has been playing since she was 13 years old. Mark?
Brilliant. Just what we need. Lots of young players in their game and doing really, really good as well.
Absolutely. There's a whole couple of generations sort of working their way through now. Even if you look at the Blackjacks team, the current Blackjacks team, a lot of them have come through those systems and started when they were younger, which isn't to say that we don't have success stories from any age, to be honest. This isn't a wrong bias, is it?
This could be a wrong bias.
Oh, no, Lois. Oh, no. That won't be one to re-watch. Are we blaming the stickers for that one, Mark? Or?
We could be blaming the stickers. Yeah, she's looking at the stickers.
So. Sorry,
well,
Lois.
if you don't have stickers on your bowls very often, it can be a little bit off-putting.
Yeah, apologies. The wrong bias is very surprising when you don't realise you've done it, isn't it, Mark? Because you're waiting for your bowl to turn and you think, oh, I didn't think I took that much green. And then eventually it just it doesn't turn. You go, oh, I know what's happened here.
Yeah, I think for me, yeah, good to hear. I think for me, I did it in a rep game a couple of years ago, skipping for Manawatu. So you can imagine the ruckus I got from everyone in Manawatu.
I presume you're still being reminded of it, Mark.
Yeah. I was blaming the stickers as well.
Oh, fair enough. But what a great correction that was from Lois. She chucked the bowl off the rink entirely and has recovered with the toucher. So I suppose if you are going to play wrong bias, follow it up like that, and that's a fantastic correction.
Yeah, I probably would have said she might have had brilliant weight with the first, so it was just a matter of getting the other part right.
Turning the bowl around the
nice
right
reply.
way.
Nice reply too.
Yeah, good shot from Elisa. And this here, Fiona Wills on her backhand. Didn't look happy with it upon release, did she, Fiona? She sort of...
It's a little bit wide, I think.
gave it a look.
It's
Oh, they
come
must
back
be old
quite
bowls.
good.
They turned a lot, didn't they? I can
That looks
see...
like a classic too.
yeah, I can see the scribble of the Henselite on it. So those are probably quite well suited to the carpet green.
Yeah, I'm thinking they're a classic too, or the old Henselite Dreamlines.
Mm.
But I'm actually thinking Series C classic twos.
They'll turn a lot. Well, enough. My first bowls, Mark, was size 1 super grips, and they turned. I could hold on to them though, so that's what was important.
Yes, you got to be able to hold on to the bowls.
Now, let's look at the arc of this bowl. That should be narrow based on the first one. I think it would have been. Interesting stuff here at the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. It's not quite as good a end here as they had on the first one, Mark, but that's to be expected, isn't it, in the first 2 or 3 ends? The line's still good, I think, from these players.
Yeah, look, I think the first couple of ends of any games, we're just starting off of trying to get our lines right, and then clearly the weight comes once we get our line as well. But they probably both had a game already this morning, so they should have some feel for the weight.
This Curry on
Close
her
here.
backhand side. She's one down, looking for the shot.
It's a mighty effort.
Great effort. Be happy with that, wouldn't she? Because, you know, your weight's good, so it's just a small correction.
Yeah, and like she's building up for a nice trail, you know, a foot trail for 4 here. So it's important that Shirley actually gets one just past the jack here, or just trails the jack herself. As you can see, the 4 back bowls are all full picked in.
Yeah, so it should give Curry a little bit of... You know you can afford to miss heavy, can't you? Because you've got second and third shot that are on the left and on the right, so it doesn't matter if you chip one of those out. You're still only going to be one down. If you trail the jack back or remove the shot bowl, it's happy days.
Yeah, big opportunity early in the game to make a number. So just down to speed now.
Willing it to turn.
Yeah, it was really good weight for the shot.
Lovely weight.
Yeah, would have probably got 3 or 4 if she'd got hold of the jack there.
So we're talking about bonus bowls now, Mark, and this is one of them here. Shirley will be wanting this one to count, even though it is early on in the game. No right of reply from the Picton team.
Yeah, the bonus bowls are interesting here. We've only got about less than a foot either side of the jack, so not a lot of room for bonus. So
it's close.
It's a pretty good effort, though.
Oh, great effort.
It's the real bonus ones, and when we've got like 2 feet to the left and 2 feet to the right of the jack, they're ones you can't afford to miss. But the ones when we've only got about a foot, it's sort of acceptable to miss those ones.
You forgive yourself a little bit more, don't you? As opposed to a situation where you look at it and go, well, 9 times out of 10, if I was in practice, I'd be able to do this, and then I've missed it in a competition.
Yeah, and there, to be fair, Shirley doesn't want to trail the jack and sell out. So had to be a little bit wary of no position bowls.
Yeah, fair enough.
So sometimes you've got to be a little bit careful.
So I've got Lois here. She's throwing a long jack. We'll just this is about the end where we should start to see if teams are going to favour one side of the rink or the other, isn't it, Mark? They've been up and back. We should know what the rink is doing and whether it's worthwhile sticking to one hand or not.
For sure, like clearly they've all started on the non-ditch side, but here we've got coming down the ditch hand now, so an interesting early swap.
Steering after this one is
and it's pretty good.
Wheel. That's a lovely bowl. Goodness, she's playing well. Sticking to the forehand side. That's a nice delivery from Eden.
And it's not too bad either. It's a little bit past, possibly. Maybe not. Oh, it's a brilliant shot.
Great shot. That's as good a bowl as she possibly could have played on the forehand side, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the area we call the pocket, which is about a yard past the jack. Anywhere from a yard or less back towards the jack, they're in the pocket. So if someone was to touch the jack, your bowl just past would come into play.
Taking a very generous green here. Well, that's quite. It can be really beneficial as a skip to watch a track like that. So obviously, Lois was wider than what she was aiming, but it's quite nice to see what the bowl's going to do when it does go out wide, Mark, because often the jack gets squeezed to the left or the right of the rink, and you go, what green am I supposed to take here to get my bowl to come back right?
Yeah, you're correct. I guess like last week in the men's pairs final, that was a good example of that, where the jack got hit right to the back of the rink and was in the back left-hand corner, and Neil Fisher had to try and draw to an area he hadn't played for probably the whole game. So it does make it hard if you've not played to areas or not seen bowls come down.
It becomes a little bit of guesswork. I suppose a carpet's not too bad, but certainly when you're playing the outdoor game on the grass, often if you're going out of the beaten track sort of thing, you know you're going to be running over a surface which is standing up more, so you have to add a bit of weight to your bowl because it's going to slow down if it's in the rough, so to speak.
Yeah, and actually we talk about it when you've got to chuck the bowls out towards the rink pegs on the grass. We normally say take an extra yard or two, depending on the length, clearly. But that still can work on the carpet because no one's actually walked down wherever you're chucking the bowl, and the carpet, if it's cold, is a bit slower.
So here we have Fiona with what we think are old classic twos. It's forgettable.
Yep, just
would have had a good green, I think.
Quick. Yeah, just a little bit quick.
Elisa on her forehand side. Might not be far away, Mark. How's the weight here?
Yeah, look, we've been a lefty. This will turn right back at right angles.
That's a beautiful bowl.
Really good.
That's a lovely shot.
Really
well
good.
Played. And a toucher.
For those of you that don't know or haven't watched bowls before, the reason why we put chalk on it, if that bowl gets hit into the ditch between what we call the two rink pegs on the number one rink that we're on, the bowl would remain what we call alive and in play.
And of course, before we put chalk on it, Mark, people used to spit on their bowls, but we've moved well past that, thank goodness.
Yeah, it's probably even before my time.
Oh, well, I'd say it's well before. And I'm pleased that that's not something that we do anymore. Yeah, on the back end. Oh, it's tight.
Trying to have a run, I think.
Sign of intent there, though, isn't it? And really, realistically, she didn't miss that by a huge amount. It's one of the things we didn't see a lot of in the Piers broadcast. We didn't see, I cannot remember any kills. Maybe one kill on the broadcast, and we would have broadcast 9 games on this rink, and there were no kills, which was interesting.
Yeah, I think Shirley has to be a little careful here because only got the one blue disc bowl near it. Wouldn't want to take that out. And yeah, she's swapping hands, just trying to draw a shot, I think, now. Work off the very front blue bowl onto the jack, which she's close to doing.
Very close. She's very close. Oh, what a Lovely effort.
That was a really top class shot, trying to get off the front pole.
No more than half a bowl out.
So here's another bonus bowl, Alex, but no room to add, or not much room to add. So these ones aren't as important. Clearly, every bowl's important, but
particularly the fact that it's touching, it's stuck onto the shot bowl, and the jack was pinging out towards your opposition. You're not going to be trying super duper hard, and they're going to clear the head. Here we go. So one there.
One shot.
Well, this is a triples team that's been together since they all started playing bowls. They're all fourth-year players, Mark. So great to see them here at the National Champion of Champions.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And I think some of the other events, like the singles, there were a lot of 1 to 5 year players. And it's just good to see in our game so many new players and them actually getting some good results in their centres and at national level.
Absolutely. It shows you that the sport is alive and well when you have new talent bubbling up and through, as well as the old guard still there. It's one of the cool things about bowls, I think, is that you, unlike most other sports, you could grow up playing bowls and have a hero like a Peter Bellis, and he's still more than capable. I would not be surprised if he went and won another national title. So he can still play real well, and you get to play these people who've had careers that go for 20, 30, 40 years and are still really, really good. You know, you don't see that drop off, I don't think, in bowls. So it's neat because you get generations of bowlers coming through and all battling out for these national titles.
Yeah, well, I think last weekend Peter Bellis got down to the semi-final of the Peers. So, you know, still good enough to win national titles for sure.
Absolutely. One of the cool things. I think it means that the knowledge, have a look at this. She's playing really well. Great bowl from Lois. What was I saying, Mark? Oh, I think it's quite handy because a lot of your good bowlers are still playing, so the knowledge of the game sort of hangs around a little bit, and you get the different generations play slightly differently, but it all it evolves quite nicely, I think, this game.
Yeah, I think that's where it's quite good having like Joe commentating, who's played for New Zealand for quite a while and is still right up there as one of the best players in the world.
Knows a thing or two. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I just think that's really good to have that experience, and it's actually really helpful. Like when you talk to people like Joe about believing what you see. Joe says that all the time. Believe what your eyes are telling you.
Well, it sounds
simple. If you're watching your bowl and you're wide, that means it's always going to be wide if you chuck it in that area.
Yeah.
A little bit wide here with this one.
Yeah, she'll be a little bit disappointed with that, Elisa, on her forehand. Now,
I think that might be her backhand because she's a lefty there, Alex.
Oh, I've let myself down there. Sorry, team.
Yeah, we do have.
I've got nothing. I don't even have an excuse. I was busy thinking about these classic twos, Mark. That was the problem. How much they were going to come back in.
I'm pretty sure these are Series C classic twos, but I could be wrong.
That would be at least that. At least that old. Here we go. So on her forehand now. I was just predicting the future. Oh.
She looks like she's just dropped that one.
An okay line in the way it's finished, but Lisa would have known the moment that one let go, fell out of her hand, that it wasn't going to quite be up. Now Fiona on the back end, her first bowl you can see there at just past 4 o'clock on the screen. This one here is going to turn pretty sharply. They're older model bowls.
Pretty good. That'll be 3.
They've been well polished, haven't they? They've been well looked after, those bowls.
For sure.
I can recall that was one of my school holiday jobs when I was younger, Mark, as my grandmother would get her bowls out of the bowling bag, and I'd get given some grippo and a polishing cloth. She's like, oh, you can polish the bowls for a school holiday fun and enjoyment. and they did get polished up well, so that's a positive.
Yeah, must have helped you because you ended up playing the game, so
Yeah.
can't have been that bad that you were doing that.
Don't like grippo.
So Kerry to go first here. So first time either team's been under a little bit of pressure, so 3 down at the moment on the set.
So Kerry's just forgotten whose bowl is who. Interesting. So just getting a feel for the head, I suppose. Just double checking that you're right.
Yeah, I think if you're a newer bowler, sometimes you can sort of forget whose bowls are who. But that's all good. That's all part of the game and all part of learning.
Oh, at least
and
you're
that's why
asking
we're
the
still
question.
playing. Yep. It's a little bit narrow with this one.
Beautiful delivery out of the hand. Just that, that little bit tight.
Weight was beautiful.
So we can see the blue stickered bowls, which are the Waikiwi's bowls. It looks like they're probably holding 2 shots there, I think, Mark. At least one.
Yeah, I thought 3.
Where's
but
the third one?
The last wing bowl may well have cut some out. But I did think
so
it was 3.
Shirley on your backhand. So we got the blue bowl at 12 o'clock, the blue bowl at 7. And this bowl probably had the right weight, but has opened up that forehand side as we see it. You might be right, Mark. It may be a 3 down there for the Picton team. 2 down.
Indicated 2. And our reason for actually saying it's 3 is clearly we don't actually see how far away the bowls are on our screens as the players themselves. And the camera angles are not always easy for us to tell. This is attacking.
Little
and
feather.
He's going to get a wick off the front bowl, yeah.
Oh, good try.
So now, after this last bowl, we'll see whether it is the 2 or 3. Pretty safe draw. This is a sort of bonus bowl I would be counting as a bonus, where you've got roughly 2 feet to the left and right of the jack with no real danger. So these are the ones that I think make the difference in winning games.
Always thought it'd be a fascinating statistic just to keep track of during a game. You sort of know as a player, don't you? And look at this. This is brilliant here. What a lovely bowl.
That's perfect.
That's amazing. How good was that? 1, 2, or up to 3, Mark. And then we did think that bowl at 4 or 5 o'clock might be the shot. But when I look at it, that Picton bowl that's at 3 o'clock is level with the jack, isn't it? So probably just the 3, I think.
Yeah, and I think from the camera angles from behind, the bowls look a bit closer than what they actually are. That's just because the camera, the camera is like 5-10 meters away, so it does make a big difference. But that was a good 3 for Shirley and her team, and they'll try and build on that.
Here we go. So Lois here.
Oh, I'm expecting another long end.
She's put a bias on the jack. Watch out for the camera. No, we're okay. So that's going to get redelivered. So the way it works in this sport, if the jack is thrown out of bounds or into the ditch, it gets thrown back to be redelivered by the opposition. And ordinarily you'd change where the mat is. Well, maybe, you change where the mat is and then throw it to your own length sort of thing.
And also, Alex, if this jack does not stay on the confines of the rink, the jack would then get placed on what we call the 2 meter mark or the tee.
Yep. So we are straightened up there and then back to Lois to play the bowl. course, we did have a while, Mark. I wasn't playing outdoor then, but I remember being very confused trying to watch it when the winning team of the end could choose whether they went first or second on the next end. What are your recollections of that? We'll call it that era of bowls.
Yes, I did play in that era for sure. The problem with that is if you had a skip that was playing really good and they had the last bowl every time, you would virtually win every end, which is what happened in a lot of games. Some of the better skips could just dominate the game and give away the mat and not care about the length that they're playing. The only danger clearly about giving away the mat and the jack is the opposition getting to a length they play really well. So it does come with some risk, but
Yeah.
most of the better players don't worry about what the lengths are.
Yeah, I can remember, I went along to watch once and was hopelessly confused and went home. That was the end of that.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with the scoreboard about who's scoring and what's actually going on in the game.
Yeah, well, the good thing about the format we had for 500 years beforehand and then from then to now is that if you're trying to figure out who's just scored, you just have a look to see who plays the last bowl, and it's not them who've just scored, so you can sort of move on from there.
Yes, and it's hard because someone could be saying it's one or two, but we don't know who to, and
Yeah.
one team might be keeping the mat, one team might be giving it away. There's another nice bowl here.
Oh, what a beautiful
Great
shot
bowls.
that is there. Perfect leading from Eden, and the fact that it stayed as a toucher is quite good, isn't it, Mark? Because we know the jack is more than likely, if you're building this head as a skip, it's more than likely to move to the 4 o'clock direction. Yeah, unless they play the back. I sort of half take it back.
I think you're right. That it's just building up a nice head. Here's a great reply though. That's really good reply. So, but it's a good head already. We've got 4 bowls within about a foot and a bit. So should be able to just follow that last bowl down, I think, and just land on the last bowl that was played.
On her forehand side.
On the forehand ditch side.
Yeah. I'm paying attention this time, Mark. See the left-hander.
And this won't be bad because they will turn back quick for the left-hander.
Yeah, it was a lovely effort. It's a great effort.
Yeah.
A good bowl back there as well.
For sure. And those that don't quite get that, if a right-hander's delivery arc would be a lot narrower than a left-hander's delivery arc for what we would call their forehand. It's not quite.
It'd almost be easier to draw a picture, but we're not going to. It's sort of it is just about where the bowl starts, isn't it, Mark? It all comes down to angles, really.
Yeah, look, if we were to be able to show one of these bowls back to the other, you'll see this one gets delivered outside the line of the mat, whereas a right-hander would be delivering the bowl from the other side of the mat, making the arc a lot different.
So this is going to bite at the end, and it's going to be close. It's
going
to bite at the end. Oh, she tickled it around the corner.
What a great shot that was.
Lovely bowl. 1, 2, it should be, I think, 3 there. Beautiful stuff.
Like two at least. That was a great shot.
Oh, just lovely. Just having a chat amongst themselves.
Yep, and they're all smiles too, so it's always nice to be nice and relaxed if we can when we're out playing. Not always easy to do, but...
So what are we doing here if we're the Waikibi Bowling Club? Mark, you're 3 down to a front toucher. What's the shot selection?
I think we're still on the same side, the ditch side, and we're actually just playing a similar shot. Trying to land the shot bowl and just pop the jack back a foot.
On the forehand. When's it going to turn? It's another left-handed player here.
Yeah, it's close. It's close to landing the bowl. Yeah, that's a good shot. Only 2 down now.
Seems to have very nice touch, Shirley, with her sort of the weight control that we've seen her play so far in this game.
Yeah, and the last bowl where it's landed is actually in a great spot, because if you touch the shot bowl, the jack will just pop to that bowl. So the important thing here is to make sure we take good green while we're holding 2 shots, without over-greening it. or what we say, trying to trust the green line, which it looks like she's sort of done. Just lacking a yard of weight, I think.
Yeah, beautiful. It's that track, exact track you were talking about, isn't it, Mark? Because you can see that it's sort of a bowl to the right as we see it of the centre line.
Yep. Might see a little bit of weight here, I think, up underneath the front bowl. Yes, I'm thinking that's what we're playing.
She's close if she gets down a little bit. She's close here,
really
Mark.
Close.
Needs it to hold. Oh, goodness gracious, that wasn't far away.
Yeah, mighty effort. Probably another foot of weight would have landed the shot bowl and just kicked the jack out to the bowl.
Yeah, I don't think there's much more she could have done to make that an effective shot, but unsuccessful on this occasion.
And here we just add a yard on our last bowl and we should be able to count. It does sound easy to add 1 yard, but not as easy as that sometimes. Good track.
Elisa
to the speed
steering
again.
this bowl down.
Close.
Look at that. What a shot.
Brilliant.
Great stuff. 1, 2, it's at least a 3.
Like 3.
Well, it's just a 3 because everything else is blue, isn't it? So we'll see, I think, a 3 to the Picton team. It's going to be 5-4 in this game. Great end
that's
from
important.
The Picton girls.
Yeah, it's a good turnaround after dropping 3 the end before. So to turn it around and get the 3 back is really good. So I'll see if we can get our results from round 1. I'll see if we can locate those and put them up so we can see who won round 1. We'll see if we can get onto that in a few minutes, just while we're starting this end.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find them, Mark, and we'll just I'll have a talk through them. If anyone listening or watching wants to find the results themselves, they are available on the Bowls New Zealand website. There's a button that says Champion of Champions. You click that, and then there'll be the results. But I can tell you, just having a look through, that Jane Anderson, Andrea Dowman, and Kath Mann from the Queenstown Bowling Club had a 12-11 win over Jill Fraser, Penny Woodgate, and Sue Hunt from Kerry Kerry in the first round. Deb White, Bev Corbett, and Katrina Enser from Hinuera beat Mede Fryer, Emily Gray, and Anne Ayres from Palmerston North, 17-7 in the first round. And then on this rink here, we see the Kerry Bonds team. Obviously, the Picton team defeated Julie Daly, Kay Wallace, and Glenys Chell from Hallsville Bowling Club, 18 points to 14, so they've had a win. Aggie Motu, Leslie McClendon, and Kirsty Hill from Bridge Park Bowling Club defeated the Waikiwi Club here that we see, 17 points to 9. So to put this game into context then, Mark, it means that Waikiwi can't afford to lose, doesn't it?
Yeah, you're correct. I think we've got the score wrong as well. I think it's 5-4 to Picton at the moment, but just get clarification on that shortly.
Oh, there we go. I wasn't even looking at that bit, Mark. And just to finish off with 4 more games, we see Sharon Leonard, Julie Robbins, and Janice Williams from Kia Toa Bowling Club in South Canterbury defeated Carol Hubert, Helen Reeks, and Jean Morris from Bowls Matua, 19 points to 9 in their first game. Kay Bunn, Val Matthews, and Adele French from the Thames Coast Bowling Club defeated Justine Cowman, Cheryl Rawdon, and Yvonne Spencer from the Motueka Bowling Club, 18 points to 13. And second to last, but not second to least, Pam Mulford, Kath Thompson, and Philippa Christie from the Pliberton Bowling Club defeated Shirley Portu, Stacey Smythe, and Megan Gray from the Carrington Bowling and Croquet Club, 12 points to 9. We're going to see Shirley later on today. And then lastly, Natasha Grimshaw, Coral Lukes, and Henrietta Scott from the Kia Toa Bowling Club in Hawke's Bay defeated Tanith Potgaita, Moana Ma, and Jess Power from Dury Hill, 18 points to 6. Natasha, I think, would be a name I wouldn't be surprised to see right at the pointy end of this competition, Mark.
Yeah, Natasha Grimshaw been around for a little while now and is a class player in the Hawke's Bay. And also plays a lot of bowls on the carpets as well, so that does help if you play a lot of play at a carpet bowling club.
Meanwhile, on this head, it's sort of a little scattered coming in this direction.
Yeah, Eden's played a really good second bowl and landed right behind the jack. So, I mean, her first bowl wasn't too bad being passed. So, she's chucking a lot of bowls in the area.
That bowl nearly close enough to see what it is. We'll figure it out before the end of the event. Isn't it funny now that if you have black bowls, your bowls almost stand out nowadays? Because, not that long ago, even 10 years ago, it was just about the other way around, Mark.
Yeah, certainly when I first played, there was just black and brown. I started with a brown set, which was actually really good because there was not as many brown sets as there was blacks. Oh, they're sapphires.
What's the sapphire?
But
right,
yeah, they are a wide swinging bowl.
They work.
Good camera work there, getting us a picture of what the bowls were. So thanks for that.
Yes, thank you very much. So hence the light calls the sapphire the essential ladies bowl for added comfort and control, improves your bowling, is what the Hence the Light website officially states that as. So that's
Brilliant.
Cool. Who knew? Let's see, Kerry Bond on the backhand side.
Just trying to negate the front ones to draw a second shot. Might be a shade wide. Might not quite get back from out there.
I'm just still going back to the sapphire thing. I've dated it to the new millennium, Mark, according to Mr. Google, along with the introduction of the Eureka Gold and the Sapphire model, which was a bowl designed to accommodate bowlers with smaller hands. It's about 2002.
Brilliant.
So they've seen a lot of bowls that set.
Might be just a shade under again, needing a little rub off the front bowl.
Little feather. Oh, not quite.
So one more to the Picton team.
Yeah, reasonably scattered head by these teams' standards. As we see the Picton team take a 6-4 lead after 6 ends of the 15 that they will play.
I'm guessing with only 15 ends of triples, we should get through all the games. The time shouldn't come into play, I guess. Even
absolutely
even
won't
with the
come
men
into play.
being able to kill it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I suppose if we're looking for that's probably a positive, isn't it? Because your ends are, they're going to get played out. When you're trying to have a game plan, you think, well, we're definitely going to get 15 ends in, as opposed to 18, which might be a stretch. And there's nothing more disappointing than losing a game of bowls because the whistle goes and you don't get that last end up.
Yeah, I guess a bit like singles. I guess if you lose 12-10, you didn't really lose when it was a race to 21.
Yeah,
the result
exactly.
says you lost, but I don't count that as like losing.
There's Eden's first bowl. So this triples team you go.
Sorry, Alex. I think maybe those singles they could actually look at playing ends rather than shots.
We had ends in this country for a very long time, didn't we? Before we went to a shot target.
Yeah, well, I think back in the day when they had the ends, if it was a draw, they in the final of a national event they would replay the whole game.
Yes, yeah.
Those were the days.
It's a few ends to re-go through, isn't it? I wonder if they ever had 2 draws. That would be staggering.
That I can't tell you, but I know that I have seen a draw in the final of the women's singles before in Wellington, which would have been in the 1980s. It was either Rhoda Ryan or Jean Ryan beat Jean Coulson from Petone Central after they'd had a draw in the first game.
To replay it, it's not a bad effort. You'd feel like you'd earned that win.
Just a little bit quick, is it? Not too bad, though.
Yeah, still counting from Lois, and I suppose the back of the head, it's interesting this head. You got the back of the head covered to one side by Picton and the other side by Waikiwi, which by the time the skips comes to play could be a factor. Elisa on the back end.
This much room that one of them should draw one closer than this. So just like this.
Yeah, good shot there. She was named the most promising junior player for the Picton Bowling Club in this year just gone, was Elisa. And here we see those sapphire, Henselite sapphire bowls. There we go. They've picked the jack up, taken it back to where we said that they might go. That's great stuff, isn't it? What a bowl.
And now 3 down.
It's the beauty of having position.
I guess that's the joys. If we have the bowls past the jack, we can get results like that.
And huge pressure on Elisa for her second bowl. Gone from just drawing for one to being 3 light on the head.
Yeah, the important thing here is just to get second shot. We don't need the shot. If we reduce it to 1 down, which we've just about done, that's as good as scoring the shot. That relieves whatever's going on. The skip now gets to the mat only 1 down.
Fiona on her forehand side. Waiting for this bowl to come back into the head. Might be waiting a while. That did the damage with the first one. We'll see the teams cross over now.
Yeah, I don't think too bad for Kerry. She'll be able to confidently draw now. She's only 1 down.
Yeah. No, it's good toing there from Elisa. Just having a chat. They're probably just having a chat about that now, Mark. Oh, what do we do? We've got second shot. Kerry indicating there's nothing really on the back end, is there?
She looked like she was pointing that way to play
threading the
around
needle,
the front one. Yeah, around the front one and under the second. She was looking at it.
Be a very good bowl if she can pull this one off, but I think lining up on the forehand side, so probably just pointing it out as an option.
Yeah, look, draws another second shot or shot, and then can maybe attack the bowl. Looks just a little bit under, I thought. But will be another second.
Good shot.
And now there's
lovely bowl.
Now there's lots of play available now. So I expect here Kerry will play with a bit of weight to get a rub off her own bowl or sit the shot bowl out.
Yeah. And that last bowl of Shirley's is quite a good guide in a lot of ways, isn't it, Mark?
It's a good guide to get the shot bowl out. Yep, if you're around that, you will get the shot bowl clean. So we'll see if she plays with a couple of yards of weight here.
And that's when you can reduce what you're thinking about, isn't it? Because you know that you just need X to be true and everything else is going to happen. So you're just thinking, look, just get around that short bowl of Shirley's. But I think she's just gone not that far wide. That was the intention there. If we look at the weight that Kerry played on or with.
Yeah, I think it's clear she's trying to sit the bowl there. So the weight's perfect for the shot. It's just over greened it a fraction.
Oh, well, she shouldn't be wide here. Surely. Could play a little
This is
plant
just,
through that blue bowl for 2. Oh, just about.
I just think one there, Alex.
I
Yep,
get a bit
one shot it
excitable.
is.
1 down. It's been a well-contested game so far, this match.
Yeah, it's certainly been back and forth, 1-3 each. Both teams getting a 3, and apart from that, we're just sort of looking at trading singles.
And we did say it was a must-win, didn't we, for the Waikiwi? Was it the Waikiwi combination I read out? Because they've lost a game already this morning, and you have to win 3 out of 4 to qualify for post-section. So for them, it's a must-win match, this one.
Yes, and Picton, of course, started off with that first round win, so they'll be looking to kick on and get a second win and put themselves in a good position for qualifying.
Lois Wheel on her backhand side. She's led pretty well in this game so far. Now we're playing the 8th end, so she's had 7.
Yeah, I think she's played with good weight. In general, a lot of them have been jack level, so and this is not much difference. A little bit past, but pretty good again.
Pretty steady stuff. See this bowl,
yeah, like
sit down.
That's in the pocket area that we talk about. So, like when the jack gets trailed, like we saw the end before, they all come into play. Nice here from Eden too. This shouldn't be far away.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Beautiful delivery. Yeah, and the stickers have grown on me, Mark. I like those stickers. I think they're. I can see how they match the uniform as well, which looks very smart, I must say.
Yes, I think that's how they've got the stickers, from the uniform or vice versa, whichever way around they got done first.
Imagine if you base your uniform off your stickers.
Well, could happen.
There we go. It's a good line here. How's the weight? I don't think she's quite going to make it. So do we change hands here, Mark, or would you keep your lead on the backhand side?
No, I think as the leader you keep on the same hand, although she is swapping. Personally, I just think the lead plays the one side until late in the game when you might need to change.
So that's a good question. I could. Oh, this one looks tight.
I think because Eden hasn't shut one down there and there hasn't been a lot of bowls played this direction on that hand, she might not even know where she's aiming, and that makes it a little bit harder.
That's Fiona on her forehand. Yeah, it looks like a wide arc, but it could well be narrow with this model of bowl. Down it comes.
She's a little bit under. And now we all have to play the ditch hand. So, and the arc for the left-hander here will be a lot narrower than the right-hander.
Yeah, so just watch where she lets this bowl go.
So she's let it go from the mat area, or just not quite outside the mat.
It's a lovely line, just the weight.
You'll see when the right-hander plays, it'll be outside the line of the mat.
So it just means that the breaking point is a bit different for the two. So when the bowl starts turning, and then how much it does turn.
As you saw there, just outside the line of the mat. So almost probably a foot difference in terms of where they're trying to aim the bowls.
It makes it easier to be...
Sorry, clearly with the narrower bowls and the wider bowls, it's a little bit harder to get your head around, but that's roughly how it works.
Yeah, in general, the more outside you take it, the easier it is to be narrow, because your bowl doesn't really want to go out first before it starts coming back in.
And this sent from near the middle of the mat. And if the weight's good, this will be the shot, because it's a beautiful line.
Oh, fantastic line, but not to be.
Yeah,
so on the crossover.
Both those bowls good lined, Alex.
Yeah, see the one at 6 and the one at 12. And holding one, thanks to Eden's bowl. It sits there at 2 o'clock to the jack. You can see the full It's about called it a hall, but it's not a hall, is it? That's indoor bowl speak. The bowl stadium, the full bowl stadium.
So Shirley here on her backhand. Close.
She's cleared it.
Around the front.
Oh, it's still going. Willing it to stop. That's a good first bowl, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good effort. You know, only a foot off getting shot with that bowl, so makes the next one a little bit easier to play. And down to speed with us too.
Curry.
Full count, I think, Alex. This is a great shot.
Yeah, that's lovely stuff. These are the heads where it really, it's a scattered head, right? So as a skip, it's really important that you're able to be effective and harder than you'd think when everyone else has sort of been under or over.
Yeah, it's about capitalising on when the opposition haven't played quite as good of end as they wanted to. And here Kerry has another opportunity, I think, to draw a third if this is going to be a bit short, I think. So Kerry has a big chance of drawing a third.
And in the context of the game, if they get a 3 here, that's a really big moment because it's a looser head. If we think about how Kiwi have been playing, the 3 that Picton's about to score probably wouldn't have happened on any other end.
Yeah, you're correct about that.
And this is the bonus
bowls. These are the bonus bowls we talk about that are worth gold.
Mark it down in your book, Mark. That's a miss. 2.
Yes, just when you've got like that yard radius to draw some shots, they have to be in the count. They're the ones we can't afford to miss. At the end of the day, they're the ones that cost you winning not just games but tournaments.
The other a bit of information that I got sent through, Mark, about Kerry Bond was that her, along with Jenny Anderson, they were both named the junior and the senior joint Women's Bowler of the Year for Marlborough at their most recent prize giving. That's a pretty mighty effort from 2 juniors.
Oh, that's outstanding. But as we said, a lot of these newer bowlers of today are moving up really quickly, not just here, but even our ladies in the New Zealand team. Some of them are still really, really young, and it's good to see.
Absolutely. Eden's thrown a shorter jack than what we have seen. I suspect that's not on purpose. Or I'd be surprised if it was.
Sorry, Alex. I remember, if I remember rightly, back in 2014, New Zealand Women's Commonwealth Games team might have had 3 players under the age of 20 in it.
Yeah, that sounds right. There's, yes. I think you've remembered correctly, Mark.
And I think that's quite good for our sport, is that because we can have any age playing it. So here's Eden's on a better line this time, down to her speed.
Yeah, beautiful delivery. Running it back in. That's good stuff. Good leading.
Yep. She's actually playing really well in this game. She's setting up the heads really nicely for her team.
Here we have Lois Wheel on the backhand. Static, that's like a Mike Kernahan style. You take a step and swing your arm. Not a delivery we see a lot of nowadays. It's more suited to very quick greens. Beautiful line there from Lois.
Might get away with that line. I think a little bit narrow, I thought, out of the hand. It's holding up quite nice.
Yeah, it didn't hook across as badly as it looked like it might. I suppose it is a slightly shorter end, so the ball doesn't have quite as far to travel, so it's never going to turn quite as dramatically as we see Fiona on the mat. Staring at this bowl.
Close to hitting the bowl or jack here.
Very close. She's
Really
played
close to hitting it.
That's a great
Got
bowl.
the
What a
bowl.
lovely shot. She's been very effective with that shot a couple of times in this game. What a lovely bowl that was.
Yeah, she wasn't far off grabbing the jack, so.
3 down. They are the Waikiwi team. They need to win this game, so it'd be nice. They'll be thinking, oh, if we can just score a couple of ones, keep the game nice and tight. 15 ends, so you'll blink and the game will be over. Elisa just passed.
Yeah, that looks like second shot too, Alex. So back to 1 down.
Nope, she says. And you just go, oh, get a clean run, please. Oh, when you know you've sort of missed it wide and heavy, and just hope that you sort of come somewhere around the back.
Yeah, all back bowls are useful in the game, as we've seen on other ends when the jack gets moved. So Shirley's got quite an easier shot here, just trying to beat the wing blue disc bowl, and for 2 shots, because anything inside that will count. Oh, in fact, it's Kerry to go first, so I got that wrong.
But you'd be right if it... It was good commentary if it was the other one going first, but that's okay, Mark. It's almost as bad as calling the backhand a forehand. Not quite.
Stop.
Not quite. I'll admit that. Gone too far there, haven't I? We see this bowl of Billy Bond. Oh, just a couple of bowls wide. It was a great effort.
I think got to play the same hand here and just try and drop under that last bowl. Might get a rub off this blue bowl.
Great effort.
Now I think Picton might have 3 seconds here. I wouldn't be surprised if Picton have got 3 seconds and they might look at attacking the shot bowl.
Certainly seems to be what they're looking at doing. On the backhand.
It's attacking line. I think this is close, Alex.
She's very close. Needs it to hold.
That's a great shot here. That's a great shot.
What a beautiful bowl that was. Just dead draw it then. I thought she might get a bit unlucky and the jack could run away from the bowl, but it hasn't done that. That's a lovely shot.
And similar sort of line trying to attack the shot bowl. Not
Close
far away
here from
too,
Shirley.
Alex.
She's close here. Needs it to get down. Oh, what
That's
an
a good
effort. Beautiful try. Not to be. That's a great shot there from Kerry Bond to extend the lead of the Picton team. So look at this. Absolutely perfect. Stuck to the jack like glue as well. Perfect weight, perfect green. Snavelled the shot.
Yeah, right down and attacking the jack area.
Picton Bowling Club, of course, founded, well, I say of course, as if people know, I'll tell you, it was founded in 1906 by the Waido Bowling Club member Charles Dixon Stewart, who called for a meeting of the townspeople to set up a club. And on the 20th of December that year, Mrs. Philpott We don't get her first name for some reason in the article. Wife of the first president delivered the first jack, and it's still located there on the old council-owned Barracks Reserve. So a club with a long and proud history, obviously.
Oh, that's marvellous. And another great start there from Eden. She's actually going really good here in this game.
Static delivery of Lois Wheel from the Waikiwi Bowling Club on the backhand. Trailing by 4 now, Waikiwi, and we've only seen 1s and 2s scored in this game, and there's 5 ends to go after this, so let's say 7 points that could be scored in theory, and you're 4 down, so I think scoring on this end is pretty important for the Waikiwi team if they want to have a chance of winning this game at the end of it.
And here we see the swap a hand again.
Interesting, yeah, there was no...
So I think, like for me, I would just carry on playing the hand that she was. There was no real danger on the hand that she just played. So I think that's one thing, if anything, as junior players, as the Picton team is, that they'll be able to look back at and go, look, sometimes there isn't any danger to knock a bowl in over a yard. If we trust the lines that we take, you shouldn't be able to knock bowls in.
That's a good question, Mark. So if you're thinking about as a skip what you want your lead to do, what do you think makes in a triples game in particular? What's a perfect lead? What do they do? How do they play?
Well, I think the main goals for the lead is to clearly set up the head for the players coming behind them, but the lead's job is actually just to draw 2 bowls as close to the jack as they can, and then it's up to the rest of the team to protect or convert or change it. But they don't have to be on the jack. As I like to say at times, if you beat the closest bowl that's already there, you've done your job. If that makes a bit of sense.
So yeah, it made sense enough.
Bowl. Well, we don't need to bowl on the jack. We just need to beat the closest bowl that's already been played.
Yeah.
And I think lots of times we think about we've got to be on the jack. Well, actually, that's not the case. We just have to be closer than the closest bowl that's already down there.
Absolutely. I need to be holding after the last bowl of the end as well. Look at this here from Fiona. That swung nicely.
Yep, that's a good second shot going in. Well, it looks like second.
Yeah, well, we've said it with confidence, so it must be, as we see Elisa on the backhand.
Doesn't have to put much on her last bowl to count either. Oh, this will be in a good home, Alex.
Yeah, lovely line. They have all picked their lines pretty well in this game. We've had some scattered weights, so we've seen some heads that look a bit looser than they could be, but everyone's sort of picked their line really nicely on this rink.
Yeah, that's really should be what we should be able to do, is pick the line reasonably easy, but getting A to B right is a little bit harder.
Clean run all the way around here. Beautiful track again. If we look at where that finished in relation to the jack, both the bowls there from Fiona sitting at 6 o'clock and within a bowl of the jack line-wise. Just that weight, challenging.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to get around those front ones on that hand, so looks a tricky shot to play.
Yeah, it's quite clogged up, isn't it, on that backhand side?
I think both players should be probably just playing the ditch end, trying to draw for 1, or in Kerry's case here, draw for 2. It's only got to miss the front bowl to count.
Kerry on the forehand.
Yeah, down to speed on this line. This is the right line. That's a good effort. If it's not in, it's only just out. just think Shirley's on the wrong hand here. I just think it looks hard to get underneath that front bowl.
Needs to get a good result, even if she opens the head up. Oh, it's not opened the head up. That's made it more challenging.
And you can see the 3 front bowls for Picton, and as well as holding shots, so hard to get in there for Shirley, but Kerry's just got to add any sort of weight and she counts here. Looks like a little bit quicker, I think.
It's a bit of a loose bowl, so this is huge really in the context of the game, isn't it, Mark? Because the Waikiwi skipped there, Shirley. 4 down on the card, has lost the game already. 1 or 2 down on the head. Really needs to find a way to score here, doesn't she?
I think it's just forehand and try and beat the, well, actually backhand it will be for the left-hander. Just try and beat the bowl that's on the right of our screen at the moment. Yeah, in there, that's the one. Touch the jack, might even make 3.
On the backhand.
So if she can get up to the shot bowl or touch the jack, she'll make 3 here. If she can get round the front one and then land the jack.
She's very close here.
She's close to doing it. She played a bomb.
Absolutely magnificent. That is as good a bowl as you'll see today. What a shot that was.
That was outstanding.
I mean, great bowl.
And as you can see there, she moved the jack a fraction, but if she could have got more of the jack out to the 2 blue disc bowls, could have potentially made 3, but great save for sure.
I mean, you've essentially, without overstating it, and we'll watch this bowl, absolutely beautiful. She's taken her team from staring down the barrel of 10-6 down with 4 ends to go, which, I mean, that's not impossible, but challenging, to 3 down with 4 ends to go. So just psychologically there, I feel like that was a really big moment. It was a hard shot, would have been easy to drop another point, and then you just sort of plod on and think, oh, well, that's how this game is going. But instead we see the game well and truly alive here. What a great bowl that was from Shirley Jennings.
Yeah, well, Shirley could have been 2 down there as well. So, you know, it could have been something like 11 or 12-5. And instead, we've now got a 3-shot game. And hopefully we got a length change. I'm thinking we should have got a longer end, but not as long as I thought we'd get.
Probably the intention. I gave a little background earlier on the Picton Bowling Club. I found an article that Rob Davis wrote on the Waikiwi Bowling Club, which is available on the Bowls New Zealand website, Mark, and I can tell you that it was established in 1923, and to quote the article, no one particularly knows why, not even the club stalwart Ray Darrah. So there we go, Waikiwi approaching its centenary. Oh, it is 2023, isn't it? So Waikiwi in its centenary year now, 100 years of bowls there, and a wonderful little club, one of many at the affiliated to Bowls Southland.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And it's good having that knowledge about some of the clubs, because clearly we wouldn't know anything about a lot of the clubs in their history.
Yeah, absolutely. And every club has a wonderful, good shot there. Every club has a good story about their history, be them young or old. And it's good to sort of get that written down. Rob Davis has done a wonderful job, actually. He's toodles around the country on behalf of Bowls New Zealand and writes stories on both individuals and clubs. So on our website, there's a number of interesting stories on different clubs around the place. And I suppose on that note, Mark, before we get back to the Bowls, the viewers, obviously, we've got 2 more days or 2.5 more days of broadcast happening. If you know anything about the clubs or the players that you watch on your screen, it's not even too late to flick us an email during commentary. Just send it to me, alex@bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. Always keen to get any trivia or information that we can on the players and the clubs that are in front of us, so that we can then share it with a wider audience. And great when people reach out and do that.
Yeah, I think that's really good if we get info, and even if it's just about an individual within the team, because anything that they do other than bowls is always quite interesting to find out about people.
Oh, for sure. There wouldn't be much to say about me in that case, Mark.
We could always talk indoor bowls for you to help you out a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, we'll go all the way to indoor bowls, which is essentially the same game. There you go, Fiona on the back end. Played some very effective bowls in this game. Has
Looks a little
Fiona
narrow.
Wills. Gonna need it to hold up. Yeah, just underneath the line. Look at that. Still holding the one to that blue stickered bowl.
And that's all they have to do here is just get ones. There's no hurry to get the 3 shots back in one end. Just accumulate with singles, and before you know it, you'll be in front playing the last end. It's one thing we shouldn't do, I think, Alex, is panic in bowls when we're behind by 6 or 7. Just try and accumulate slowly. There's no hurry.
And so on this crossover, we see Kiwi holding 1. Picked in with second shot at 3 o'clock. Kiwi's going to have the first bowl, so Picton probably needs to finish their little team chat sooner rather than later.
Yeah, they will be encroaching on the rink here.
Yeah, so now you just need to get out of the way. They've probably forgotten perhaps that they're not going first. There we go. That's better from Kerry, so just getting onto the ditch. Sometimes that happens, doesn't it? You sort of forget that it's not your head.
Yeah, it's an honest mistake in most cases. So, and I think that was the case there.
Oh, for sure, and there's no worries. You saw Kerry just walk straight up onto the ditch side once they realised, and I don't think anyone will be too fussed as we see Shirley on the backhand.
Yeah, I thought she might play forehand there, where she could promote her own bowl or trail the jack, a couple of feet, might make 3 or 4.
Kerry Bond, this is a big moment. They've had the conversation. Let's see what weight it is out of her hand. Playing with a little bit of intent, threading the needle around that front bowl, so now she's willing it to turn. Turn, she says. Not going to happen.
Yeah,
intriguing stuff here.
If you play the ditch hand and just trail the jack a couple of feet, you might actually make something here. So I'm not sure why she's playing her backhand.
Just focused on drawing second shot, perhaps.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think you can get second shot on the other hand and get the trail moving. She hasn't played it too bad though, so hard to criticise when you play a good shot.
Yeah, she's played it well. Look at that, sitting with 2. That's a good bowl there from Shirley, and I think Kerry probably switched to the backhand herself now, won't she, Mark?
Yeah, because if she trails the jack, her bowl will go with the jack, so it's not as dangerous, and there's 2 bowls to land to sit on. So these are one of the ones where you don't want to be wide. You need to be down what we call good lines at the jack and try and land a bowl.
It's pretty much like here. It's a fair effort here. Willing it to turn. Close. Oh, goodness gracious me. That was not far away, was it?
Yeah, that was perfect. If she was to pick up the jack, she would only ever be 1 down with that sort of weight. So
yeah,
good shot option, I think.
At 8-9 now, so this game tightening right up. It feels about right, actually, doesn't it? It's been a well-contested game, all the way through. So 8-9, it feels like a fair sort of, I think, reflection of this game that we've had.
Yeah, just the 4 ends to go. I think the first game on this rink was 12-11, so we're sort of heading for a similar sort of score, I think, Alex.
Here we go. Would you just about back foot off the mat then? Would you pick a winner for me at this stage, Mark? Which team do you think is going to come through on top here?
I actually can't pick the winner at the moment, but I do think that the game actually will be won probably by one of the front two players on these last four ends. I think whichever player wins off the leaders out of these three of the four ends will probably go on to win this game.
Cool. I asked you because I couldn't pick a winner either, so I'm glad that you gave me that answer.
Yeah, look, I think it's been a good game, and both teams will be happy with how close it's been. And here's a good start.
Good bowl from Lois. A very good first bowl. She's probably, if we look at that, you could probably put 2.5 to 3 bowls between the jack and the bowl, so it's not that much more that she needs to push it with her second for a good correction.
Yeah, so Eden hasn't swapped a hand on this occasion going this way, which is good thinking because the bowl's already the shot. What does it matter if I hit it? And if you draw around it, you actually get the shot.
Yeah, your happy days.
Like just about done that. Like that's, a fraction through, but in a good home.
Yeah, nice shot, really. We'll see a small correction made here by Lois Wheel from the Waikiwi club.
Yeah, the key here is not to try and overcorrect, just play similar. Hopefully the 2 feet that she's short will just happen, which is pretty close to it. Maybe just a fraction under this one.
Oh, beautiful line. I think when she let that go, she would have known she had the perfect line, and sometimes it can be pretty disappointing to watch a perfect line just pull up that little bit short. And Eden staying on the back end.
And that's what I was talking about earlier, Alex. When we had a head like this, Kerry got Eden to swap hands when we had other heads like this, which is interesting, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, sort of, your classic bowls theory is to stick on the same hand, sort of even for just about the first 3 or 4 bowls, isn't it, Mark? And the skips can do the moving of the head. You don't really need to be holding the shots until the last couple of bowls, provided everyone's playing okay.
Correct.
Well, that's a lovely line.
Yeah, that's okay, that bowl. It's in the pocket, as we call it, and it's counting, and that's all you have to do. Like I was saying, just beat the opposition's closest bowl. Might be a little bit wide, is it?
I think so. And just short of a gallop as well.
So Waikiwi holding a couple and actually starting to build a little bit of pressure on this end.
Narrow, she said, upon release. Maybe get a good little feather at the front. Oh,
beautiful
just
weight.
Passing through.
Fraction of green out there, and that would have been just about jack level. So down to speed on this.
That's the line.
Has she got the weight? I don't think she's got
How
the
is
weight
the
here,
weight? Not
unfortunately.
quite. Not quite. So on the crossover, we see, and it's actually it tended as little. Oh, words! It's good for commentator. It's tended to be in this direction that the heads are a little bit more scattered weight-wise, doesn't it, Mark? I wonder if it's perhaps up or downhill or something slightly different, just coming back in this direction.
Yeah, the heads in this direction a bit certainly haven't been as good as going back in the other. So I think we'll see here from Shirley. She'll play her backhand, is it?
Backhand.
Forehand.
She's left-handed.
Yeah, so it'll be a forehand, probably.
I know the feeling, Mark.
Yeah, here we go. There's a forehand.
Yeah, it is. Here we go.
Just trying to draw around the front bowl. Should get the turn, being a lefty. Should be able to turn around those front bowls quite nicely.
She's staring at it with absolute intent. Yep. I think she thinks she's close.
Her line is really good here. Just the speed.
Easy to be heavy when there are bowls in your eye, isn't it?
Yeah, we all do that, I think. The second we see a short bowl, we think we have to add weight to get round them.
There's something psychological about it. And we see Kerry here on her forehand side. Lovely delivery. Has travelled to the Australian Open with Jenny Anderson in the last couple of years.
Just lacking some weight here, I think.
All right, so here we go. Big bowl here. You just stay focused on getting your green right. And that's good here. I like this foot placement here from Fiona, because she's essentially saying even if you draw here, you're still counting. You'll still be counting as 2. You don't have to get absolutely next to the jack.
Yep, just keep the same line and hopefully drop a couple of yards and you'll draw a shot. I think she's just dropped her line a fraction, has she?
Yeah.
Maybe her weight as well.
A little bit of everything. She'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but look, they're still holding the shot at the moment, so unless Kerry can salvage it, we're going to see all square. Big moment again, Mark.
Kiwi are actually holding 2 here, so they'll hit the front.
Oh, that's really bad commentary from me. Where's the blue?
There are at least 2 bowls there that are the shots. This is close, though, if it's up. I don't know that she's here.
Yeah,
I think
2.
It'll be 2 at least.
No, you're right, that bowl at 6 o'clock. A Henselite bowl at 6 is the second shot, you would think. Not 12 o'clock as we see it here, and that's what Fiona's pointing out.
Yeah, but it's one of these camera angle things where the bowls at the back are actually further away than what they actually
look
on the camera. So it might actually be only 1.
I see Fiona's got one of the measures. We had a previous commentary, Mark, where I pointed out that those measures, the dials, are not simply for decoration. You can use them to keep track of a game of bowls. And I think John has one of those measures himself, and he had never thought, what happens if I turn the little dial around? So we introduced that to a few people, I think. They're actually quite a handy little tool if you're practicing a game of singles or something. Just flick the dial over.
Dare I say, I've actually got one of those. I do have the string measure as well now, but I've kept my one because my mother gave it to me about 30 years ago. So
fair enough.
Never wanted to stop keeping it in my bowls bag. So it just sits in my bowls bag, and I use the string measures now.
Yeah, mine doesn't have the little dial. I've got one of the little white Henselite measures with the calibers that go into the back. The yellow, it's a yellow metal, whatever you call it, tape. It sits in my bag. I occasionally use it. I engraved my name on it when I was about 9 years old, so it's not my best work, but it also lives in my bowls bag as well.
Yeah, it helps to put your name on the measures sometimes.
Well, at least I know it's mine.
Do leave them out. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like me, I don't like carrying the measures, so I just put it at the end of the rink.
Yeah.
And then it's easy just to walk off to the next game, and I'll go, I forgot my measure.
Yep.
Yeah, it might not be there when you go back. So we've got a new leader in the game. Waikiwi, they hit the front 10-9.
2 ends to go. And we're running a little bit ahead of schedule as well. So their published broadcast schedule is probably about 15 minutes slow. So if you're watching, a little bit ahead of schedule, and the next game will be a good one. I think Natasha Grimshaw and Julie Daly off the top of my head, but I don't actually have it in front of me, so I could have just absolutely said the wrong thing. Don't wander too far is my point when you're going to have a drink or something to eat in between the broadcast games if you want to watch the start of them, because we are running a little bit ahead. As we see Eden here on her forehand. It's a lovely start from both these leads, isn't it?
Yeah, good start from both leads here.
Lois on her backhand.
Yeah, I think our next game, Wairarapa versus Wanganui. Centres.
Oh, yeah. Are you telling me I was absolutely wrong?
I'm just letting you know that's the 2 centres that are playing.
Oh, yeah, I was wrong. Yep. Well, when was the one that I was talking about? Tomorrow. Okay, so viewers, if you wait until 12:40 tomorrow, so approximately 24 hours, you'll get what I was talking about, which was Julie Daly and Natasha Grimshaw. But yes, you're right. I can see that, Mark. It's Shirley Potu and Tanith Potgieter are playing the respective skips. That's why I shouldn't go rogue and try to tell people what's coming up next, isn't it? Sorry, sorry, team.
So 2 good starting bowls there from Eden. Perfect weight twice. Both bowls about 18 inches away. This is a good reply
Look at
too.
this. This is a great bowl. That's perfect.
What a shot.
Absolutely perfect. And a resting toucher. This is why we have spray chalk. Imagine trying to chalk that. Great stuff.
Yeah, 4 perfectly weighted bowls.
And Elisa on her forehand. I think she's on the wide side here. Now, it's an interesting head. If you look at it from Waikiwi's point of view, you're holding one, you're one up on the card. We know the jacket's going to squeeze out to the left.
Well, I think the most important thing is to get third shot first, Alex, and try and get two on around the jack area, and then we can try and defend.
What could happen? Well, the weight was
So at the
okay
moment,
there from Fiona.
Yeah, if the shot bowl gets set out here, it will be 3 to Picton.
See Kirsty Hill in the background. Well, this might not be far away, Mark.
Might just be a yard short, I think, in terms of what she's trying to achieve.
It's another third. Look at that. Second, third and fourth shot for the Picton team. As you say, even third shot would be good here from Waikiwi. Yeah, I mean, you're holding one and it's a toucher, but you'd be feeling a little bit concerned.
Yeah, ideally here, you'd want to play down, just touch the shot bowl away from where it is next to the jack, and you'd hold 1, maybe 2, and just change all the angles. At the moment, the black bowl can be set right through, and you'd be 4 down.
Yeah, you'd just chip it out, wouldn't you, Mark? You just, if you miss it, you've killed it, and it's happy days.
Yeah, I might go a little bit quicker than that, but the point is that that's the shot you're trying to protect.
Yeah.
Just by touching the shot bowl and taking away the fact you can get that bowl out clean.
It's not a situation where you want to say, "Oh, go on, see if you can play the shot," because inevitably your opposition does, and then you're 4 down. So important to try and get another one close, and she's not done that here.
And a big opportunity here to make 4. So just needs to make sure there's a yard plus through the head trying to set the shot bowl. Does look to be sort of attacking weight. I'm liking what she's doing here, Alex.
She's very close. She's very close. She's very close. Oh
man.
The crowd goes wild.
And that's where if she had another yard of running, would have got the result on that. But she's still got a good head. She's got 4 seconds. Really important bowl for Shirley to get another one close.
Oh, here comes the biggest bowl in the game. This is the biggest bowl in the game we're about to see here. Curry is 1 down on the card, and she's got 27 second shots. Well, I've exaggerated. She's got 4 second shots, but still, biggest bowl in the game here, Mark.
Definitely needs to make sure she plays with some weight to try and get that black bowl out. Doesn't need to stay, so it doesn't need to stay for a 5th. Just get the bowl out, get the 4 shots, and put yourself in the box seat for these last couple of ends.
Only time I can remember there being an opportunity for more than 3 shots from either team here. Kerry Bond on the backhand. How long is it going to hold up for? Oh, it's just the weight, isn't it?
Needs the purple.
Oh, goodness. It was the biggest ball in the game, and she was unable to convert that. So Waikiwi will be, I think, quite relieved there as we watch this. Kerry was unlucky with the first bowl, to be fair, but just missing underneath the line with her second, possibly a little shy. And the score now, well, I don't think it's 9-1. Waikiki will be disappointed with that. There we go, 9-11. So leading by 2 on the penultimate end, and Waikiki will be very pleased with the situation.
Yeah, look, I think there was just a lack of weight really playing that shot, and I think with some more experience, you'd be able to play those shots a little quicker, and we do know that the Picton team are all 1 to 5 players, so it's hard to play those shots if you haven't played it very often. And
yeah,
it's all about learning, I guess, from our games. Now, it's still not over, this game. It's only 2 the diff with 2 to play, so 2 singles, and we'll have an extra end.
On the back end, Lois Wheel. Wanting it to hold. Show a lot of fight this Waikiki team. I've been impressed with both teams actually, Mark. It's been a good game, a good first game to broadcast. And that's a good shot there from Lois.
Yeah, I think both teams are putting up some goodies, and that's what we're wanting to see. So, and both the leaders have played reasonably good in this game. I mean, they've struggled a little bit at times coming in this direction, but in general, they've played pretty good. And this is another nice bowl here from, Eden's played a good one here. Might be unlucky, but still probably held shot with that bowl.
It's just occurred to me that the Picton Triples team are all fourth-year players, right? So they've got a combined bowls experience of 12 years, which I would suggest is considerably less than the amount of time that Fiona's bowls have been playing the game. If you look at the Sapphires, I think it's probably maybe had twice the amount of experience in those bowls alone than the entire Picton team.
And it's good to see 3 1 to 5 year players out here playing at this level.
Absolutely is. As we see Eden just a little bit on the wide side with this bowl.
Yep, the good news is that bowl's past the jack, and every bowl past the jack is in play, as we call it. The reason why we say they're in play, if you play a short bowl, it's not very often the jack moves forward up the rink. So in general, the jack will move backwards, which would be closer to the bottom of the screen here.
Kerry just giving a foot to Elisa on the forehand.
Chance if the weight's good here, Alex, because the line's good.
Very close.
Played
good shot. Lovely bowl. Enough to have tucked the jack around the corner.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder to get to. It's hard to play the jacks when you can't see where they are.
Yeah, absolutely is. And we see here this bowl from Fiona. I think it's going to hook across the head before it gets to the head. Good weight. We'll see it finishes, pretty much jack level there, but underneath the line. And Picton in the box seat to score a point on this end. And narrow the margin.
Holding 1, got a bowl just past it, so another touch on the jack would be 3. So should draw confidently, a little bit narrow too, I think, this one. So we're heading for 11-10 if the skips. Yeah. 11-10 if the skips don't change this, Alex.
Interesting. And a hard shot if we put ourselves in the shoes of Waikiki. There's not much on really. I mean, the blue bowl that's at 12 o'clock isn't quite touching the shot bowl, so it'd be an ugly little plant. Everything would probably roll away, so Shirley's likely just to try and draw it on her forehand side, and there's not a huge amount of room.
Yeah, I think you could reach a little, because you can sit the front blue down, and you could pick up the jack, so you can reach with a couple of feet away, I think, Alex.
She's looking just over, and she is. How long is it going to hold up for here, Mark? This is not the worst effort we've seen. Oh, just the weight. I quite like that line.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the line would have been okay to tip the front blue or get to the back bowl or the jack. So Kiri has a chance to make it 11 all here.
Beautiful delivery. Very smooth out of the hand.
Down to speed now, Alex.
This is very close. How's the weight? Oh, great effort there from Kiri Bond.
So we're just trying to draw around that last bowl for one, I think, is what Shirley's trying to attempt here. Just missing the front bowl. Here comes the lefty. Should turn big.
She had the green. She had the green. What do you reckon, Mark?
Just playing the backhand here and just trying to dead draw a shot. Probably got a foot to one foot to actually count. No real danger. So should be able to just trust the bowl and play down a nice line like she did the bowl before. Maybe add 1 foot and you draw for 2 that way.
Yeah, just a smidgen more out of the hand. Nice again.
She didn't overly like it out of the hand. Doesn't
would indicate
the front blue in.
No. And she's not going to. No need to panic. So 10-11 now. And potentially the last end, because of course you can't have a draw. So the way it works is it's over 6 rounds, but you play 4 games. If you win 3 games, you qualify. 3 or 4 games, you qualify. If you don't, you don't qualify. No such thing as a draw. So if it is all square, another end will be played after this one. And it could well happen. We've only seen 1s and 2s happen in this entire game. So it'll be unsurprising if Picton was to get a 1 here. And we saw an extra end mark on this first broadcast game.
Oh, I didn't realise the first broadcast game was a draw. I just knew it was 11-12.
Keep it interesting. So here we go, Eden.
But yeah.
On the forehand, how important is this first bowl here?
Probably no important than any other bowl you play in the game. I think that's the key bit. Is every bowl is valued at the same thing. So just run through the process and just do what you would normally do, and hopefully it ends up next to the jack, which Eden's trying pretty hard to do here.
Oh, good commentary there, Mark. That's perfect, and it's right next to the jack. What a shot.
I think that's the key, is every bowl's just got to be taken at its own value. The second you start thinking that one bowl's more important than the other, is where we tend to go a little bit wayward.
Yeah. And this looks like it's an extremely short. Oh no, there's a few dots up there. I couldn't see the dots at 12 o'clock. A shortish end anyway. Good weight.
Yeah, the key is
Rice.
Yeah, key here is just to play the same bowl and not change hands. Just play the same bowl you just played.
I think they heard
it
you.
All sounds easy, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's much easier when you commentate for sure. Came out pretty good. Very nice delivery from Eden. She's put 1 close. Look at this.
Really good. 2 bombs to finish the game.
That's the 2 best bowls of the game. That's brilliant stuff.
Brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yep.
Brilliant. And Lois here with her last bowl, or potentially last bowl of this match. On the backhand. Let it go pretty good. See the jack. Oh, you can see a little slither of the jack just behind those 2 bowls. Oh, She'll be disappointed to have missed short there. What do they do, Mark? What's the plan? Are you one down on the card, two up on the head?
I think we're still playing the same hand, and we're just trying to beat that jack level bowl on the inside of it, or just past it. So wouldn't play.
She's switching.
I'm not keen on. Yeah, I'm not keen on playing this hand, and the reason why is I just don't want to give what we call a winger, so a jack level bowl to work off. So
well,
the
you're holding
danger
the win.
on this hand, yep, the danger is helping the opposition here. She hasn't helped them, so that's one good thing. But I just think with the jack heading out towards the left of our screen, that's the area we should be looking to cover.
We've seen Fiona play
really
some lovely bowls as well. Yeah, those reaching bowls, eh?
Well, she doesn't like this one.
We saw a shot earlier on in the game where there were two bowls to the back left, sort of 8 o'clock on your screen, and Fiona just plopped the jack right back to them. Absolutely lovely. So it's a shot she's comfortable playing.
Yeah, like this hand's okay as long as we don't chuck it a little wide and give a wing bowl to wick off. She's played it pretty good.
Well, if you're going to play
she's played it pretty
like
good.
that.
Yeah, if you're going to play it that good, play it that good. But I still feel the danger is out to the left. So as we look at the screen now, out to the left where that blue bowl is, somewhere out there, because that's where the jack is going to spill out to.
Yeah, so what we're saying is if you're picked in, you're now holding the win. You don't want to, there's no point in adding to the win, is there, Mark? You're already holding the win, so it becomes about trying to protect them. Here's the first bowl that we saw on this end.
Yeah,
and
two outstanding bowls here from Eden.
shots.
Yeah, brilliant bowls from here. What a way to finish a game.
Yeah,
so
3 good bowls.
Covering. Oops, so we've missed where the first bowl went. Oh, okay.
There we go. On the this is Shirley on the forehand. Inside out.
That's the area. That's where those two bowls are. That is the danger. If the jack gets hit. If the jack gets hit, they're heading out to those two bowls. That's where we need to cover.
Go back, she says. So on the back end.
Right, so chance here to land the shot bowl of the jack.
Yeah,
and
the interesting.
the win.
Yeah, the jack's not really going back, so I'm confused. No, that's okay. You make Shirley play the bowl.
I thought Picton won the last end. So have the players played out of order here, I think.
I don't have good enough memory.
Yeah, Picton just got a 1 to go 10-11. Yeah, this is a great attempt. But yeah, the skips have played out of order without realising.
Yeah, they have. What do they do? Do they even know? They don't even know.
They don't even know.
That was really, what a strange finish to this game, but that's okay. It was a good match, and we see a congratulations to the Picton team. We've picked up a 3 on that last end, and are going to run out the win as well. Run out's an exaggeration. They're going to win 13-11, but a good game from all 6. We're going to be back at about 12:20, we think, Mark. So you and I have got a chance to pop out for a drink, and so do the viewers. But until then, sit back, relax, and enjoy highlights from that match.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand broadcast of the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples here live from the Dunedin Lawn Bowls Stadium. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary again for this game by Mark Noble. Before I think of another question to ask Mark, I'll just mention who we're going to watch in this round, and it is the team of Shirley Potu, Stacey Smythe and Megan Gray from the Carrington Bowling and Croquet Club, taking on Tanith Potgaita, Moana Mea and Jess Power from the Jury Hill Bowling Club in Wanganui. Mark, what can we expect to see, do you think, from this match?
Yeah, look, should be actually a good game. We've got, I'm pretty sure 5 of the 6 players are either senior or junior reps. All of them actually could be, but I do know that 5 of them are, so I expect to see a pretty good quality game.
Absolutely. As we just await the beginning. I do know that Jess Power from the Jury Hill Bowling Club, and we were talking about bowlers who have other interests. She's just come back from the Brass Band Nationals, which is pretty cool. She's been there for the last week, I think. I heard somewhere. So from that to bowls.
Yeah, I think that was in Dunedin as well.
Oh, how good. That makes sense. That's perfect timing and place then, isn't it?
Correct, yes. Also, I think Jess was the Academy Player of the Year for the women in Wanganui, so...
I see the first ball played in the...
I'd expect to see some good bowls from here, being Wanganui's best Academy player.
Cool. And the skips will get the memo about the cameras shortly. It's amazing easy to do, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. If you haven't been on the TV, it's easy to just stand in front of it because that's where we normally do.
I've certainly I've been guilty of that, and it's even worse for me because I spent quite a lot of time commentating these things, and I got on a broadcast and immediately stood directly in front of the camera and had to be told. Wasn't my finest moment. There we go. That's a lovely line there. So we got the red stickered bowls, the Carrington team.
So Moana here has won her first centre title. This is it. So she'll probably be feeling really nervous about being out there in her first game on TV as well.
Steering this one down.
Just a little quick, I think.
There'll be a couple of ends of just finding their way in this game, but we did find the rank in that first broadcast match. It's pretty conducive to good bowls, isn't it, Mark? Like, we'll expect to see the heads get pretty good.
Yeah, look, it always takes a couple of ends, and like I said, the nerves sort of kick in to start the game, but the players will settle into drawing some shots, and we should have some good heads as we get along. It's not a bad bowl here. Second shot coming in. So that was from Stacey. She's been playing 5 years and already in the Wairarapa senior women's team.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. We're on the left. Oh, Carrington.
And this here, Tanith on her backhand.
I can tell you that she's just got her license to fly planes, full license, I think. So
That's
pretty
cool.
exciting. That's pretty exciting.
That's very cool. I would not be allowed in a plane. Leave it to more talented people than myself. Looks tight out of her hand here from Shirley. And it's holding,
It's
Mark.
holding up,
It's holding. It's holding. Goodness, it just about made it.
Yeah, it wasn't far away, was it? Looks so tight lined as well, but we are playing a little bit shorter end here, and that will count. That's a good shot. Probably should follow that down, I think.
Certainly would be tempting.
Looks a little easier to try and sit one of those bowls than try and draw round the last bowl that came in. So I can tell you Shirley's had a couple of years off bowls, even though she's actually playing in this. She's played very little bowls in the last couple of years, but is in the open rep team as well for Wairarapa.
It's a lot of experience.
So that was a 2 to Jury Hill.
On this first end. As we see Jess Power off the front.
Another wee short end too, so clearly they are in for the short ends. So it'll be interesting to see when Carrington win an end to see what sort of length they're going to change it to. Certainly the Jury Hill team is liking the idea of the short ends.
Jury Hill, a nice little club in Wanganui. I think, if I remember correctly, Peter Bellis's house is built on what used to be one of their greens up there. Mark?
You are correct. So they used to have 2 greens there, and Peter's house is on that. So funny place to build, but right on the actual bowling club green.
Beautiful view out as well. And you'd think it'd be nice and level, wouldn't? A level place to put a house. It's a wonderful space in Wanganui, and you can sort of look out over the city.
I'm pretty sure though, Peter and that, they probably are social members of the Jury Hill Club, but of course from Aramaho.
Yes. Yeah, I think Reen used to practice there a little bit. Yes, they're both Bellises out of there. Yeah, vibrant club, Jury Hill, you see.
Pretty logical to walk out of your front door and jump on the green, isn't it?
You'd think so.
There's a nice bowl coming in here.
That's a beautiful shot there from Megan. Just remembering again the red stickers, Carrington, blue stickers, Jury Hill.
So I did hear a little bit of a story, Alex, about the Jury Hill team trying to get to the venue this morning. They did say their Uber driver was a little bit more than dodgy driving them there.
Just get the adrenaline pumping before you turn up to the event. That's always good.
Yeah, apparently they were convinced he'd tried to kill them twice. So not too sure which Uber driver that is in Dunedin, but
I presume he's got a lower lower rating now than he had yesterday. That's fantastic.
Close here with this one. A nice bowl here, I think. Should get second shot at least.
Just about the shot. You'd say probably second shot though.
So much better in this end where all the bowls are sort of up and in play, apart from the first two blue ones. But everything else is up in a playing area, as we call it.
She's going to guts the
That's a good
jack.
shot. Yep,
That's
that's a good
beautiful
shot.
stuff.
Four red
Positive
disc
bowls.
bowls. Four red disc bowls in the area there, Alex.
Good stuff. Very good second end here. It's interesting for those viewers that watched the first game. Coming in this direction was the direction that both teams actually struggled a bit more, wasn't it, Mark? Whereas I know this is early on at Zenith 2, but this way both these teams seems to have picked it lovely.
Yeah, they certainly did struggle a little bit this way in the last game, but they did play really good going the other direction. So it'll be interesting to see if this trend stays this way or they get a bit looser coming this direction.
Tanith on her backhand.
Just trying to get around the front bow, and it's close here. Oh, this is really close. This is a bomb. What a shot.
That's quite
good. She might be unlucky here. She might be unlucky with her end result, but that was outstanding bowl.
It's not bad, eh? Oh, we see Shirley just getting ready to play her forehand side.
This is not
How's
bad.
the weight?
Just a fraction short, I think. Oh no, that's good.
Oh, good try.
Just short
though.
though.
So what's Tanith do here, Mark? What shot do you think is best on?
Well, I think these are one of the sort of heads where you've sort of got to sometimes take your medicine and settle for one down. You've only got one bowl out of the first six that are close, so everything's risky. So I think you're just trying to just like that, like my way of saying, just nice draw onto that bowl, get another bowl close.
Yeah, you just heard her say they don't want to lose our bowl. Fair call.
And yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if Tanith doesn't change this, if Shirley attacks that bowl. So Tanith was a former Wellington player, played in the Wellington region. I'm not 100% sure whether she started at Johnsonville. She might have started at Plymouton before Johnsonville, but she is from that area. And here's the danger of knocking one in.
Holding two, she says.
Not sure she's trying too hard here, Alex.
No, fair enough too. Yeah, be pleased with the two shots.
And it'd be interesting to see if we go long here after the two wee short ends that Cherry Hill have played. Well, they brought the mat right up. So I think the scene's set for short ends, Alex. We'll be playing.
Very interesting. So let's see where this jack goes. Oh,
Just
first
like
bowl here.
Short ends. Yep. Nice start here from Megan.
Steering that one down. Oh, just heard the sound of something hitting something. Oh, it was Natasha Grimshaw, I think, on the left.
Yeah, Natasha Grimshaw doesn't mind having a bit of a smack at the jack and the bowls, and she's actually pretty good at it.
Fair enough. Just almost a staggered delivery there from Megan Gray. Not quite as dramatic as we saw on the previous broadcast match with the step and the swing of the arms, but certainly there's a slight a pause there, isn't there, Mark? Takes a step and then lets the bowl go.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, sometimes it's not about how we deliver, it's how we get them there. And
oh, absolutely, yeah.
I can say that with my own poor delivery that I have. At least if I do the same thing every time, I hope they go in the right areas.
Yeah, for sure. My strategy is willpower. that's my system. If you want it to get there, it will. Stacey Smythe here on her forehand. Lovely smooth. That's a beautiful smooth delivery.
Very good indeed.
May be rewarded here. It's really just willing this bowl down.
This is good. If it's yes, this is pretty good, right?
A nice first bowl, isn't it? You see the two red disc
Yep.
bowls there holding a couple.
Moana looks like she's following that down.
On the back end. See Tanith there just willing the bowl on, and that's sort of what you do as a skip. Once you realise, or if your two's missing their initial target, you then go, well, the bowl's going to be helpful if it gets a clean run and gets past the head a little bit. So often you find yourself willing the bowls on once they've missed their initial target.
Yeah, that's just so you get a bowl in play, and so it means any jack movement, the jack heading back to the ditch, that last blue disc bowl could come into play. Here's another great bowl here.
Ah, beautiful bowls here. That's really impressive stuff from Stacey Smythe. And Moana under a bit of pressure here with her second bowl. Let it go pretty good. How's the weight? And the green? That's the question.
I think the weight's pretty good here. Yeah, it's almost got to level, so not far off the right sort of area.
Crossover now.
Can pretty confidently draw here. Even touching the jack here for Shirley will be quite good, because it just takes away the three bowls to land on. So I should try and full draw this.
On the forehand.
Yeah, I don't think it matters which hand, Alex, with forehand or backhand. I think you just want to try and get to the jack. Just to take away some shot play that the opposition might have at the moment.
Came out nice and smooth from Shirley. Your bowl held longer than I thought it would on the first day. Let's see if it does it on this one. Oh, well, not too much trouble.
And Semi might have achieved something, stopping some shots on the backhand. So even though it's not ideal bowl, it does make it a little bit harder.
Tanith on her forehand side.
Do you like the Jerry Hill shirts? They look pretty cool, don't they?
Yeah, very much so. Very smart. Steering this one down.
Close.
Very close, Mark. Look at this
What
here
a
from
bomb.
Tanith. Cuts it. One
Very
more
nice
roll.
shot.
Oh, not to be. And a good shot.
No, I think that's pretty good, Alex. We're now only one down, and that's one of the key things we try and teach. If you're going to drop anything, make sure they're ones. Don't drop threes and fours. That's
Yeah,
where
it's
we get in trouble.
not conducive to a winning game plan, is it? If you're dropping bundles. So Shirley just on the forehand again.
Well, the funny thing to the story I just told before, it's actually Moana's husband, Ken, that was the driver. So it makes it even funnier.
That's great.
Oh, that's priceless.
So you wouldn't get him as a
We won't ask, is that
as
why
your Uber
Moana's got that
driver.
knee bandage on? Is that why Moana's got the knee bandage on, you think? Because of Ken's
Oh,
driving?
couldn't possibly. Let's move on.
So I think we'll just see forehand try and sit the last bowl that she played in over once for shot. Although she doesn't look convinced about the call, I don't think, at the moment.
So just, yeah, also switching to the backhand. What would you have seen on the backhand here, Mark?
Yeah, I still would have played the forehand, so she'll probably just play tight lined at this though. Doesn't want a big weight though. So I think this hand you can knock a bowl in for 2 down.
I found fresh air, so it's largely
Well, it's 2
a
down.
moot point.
So, it's a little bit deceiving from our angles. I actually thought that was only 1 down, so.
A little bit of trivia from Jury Hill. And on the 3rd of March, 1975, they became the first smoke-free bowling club. Mark, they banned smoking in the clubhouse in 1975, according to Papers Past, and that's all I've really been able to find out about Jury Hill. So if anyone knows anything else, happy to receive some information. Other than that, of course, being in that wonderful position when you can look out over the city.
Yeah, no, that's something I didn't know, clearly. Not that I smoke, so I don't need to worry about it, or have ever smoked, so.
Here we go. So this Jess Power staring after this bowl on the back end. Short end again. Seems to be the favoured length.
Yeah, both teams have settled into this length, haven't they?
As we see Megan make her correction. She's got the
Just
weight,
out of
it's
speed.
close. Beautiful green. It shouldn't be enough to change your hand, but it would be enough to be in your eye line.
The key here, Alex, is just to not see the ball and just play like it isn't there. And it is easy to say that, but if you train it, you can just get on the mat and just play like there's no ball in the way. And she's played this pretty good.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. And now there's opportunities to switch to the forehand side for the Jury Hill combination. We've got another left-handed player here, and Stacey on her forehand.
Should turn back at right angles.
Waiting for it to break back in.
Yeah.
Oh, it was on its way.
Yeah, Could be.
I think we can confidently call that the shot, Mark. Well, we can call it the shot. It should be. It's Moana on the back end.
As you can see with the right-hander, they don't turn back quite as quick as the left-handers do. It's
And
just
not
that whole
dramatic
different
turn.
arc.
Mm.
No, it's just that different arc. Moana looks like she's using arrows, looking at that last bowl down. And these look like tailors.
Yeah,
Not sure
really
which
nice
sort of
delivery.
tailors. She gets them away really good.
Absolutely beautiful out of the hand.
Close again for the area.
Good
Yeah,
bowl.
nice work.
Good shot. You know, it's a nicely played bowl. You're resting your own one.
Yeah, she started quite well, Stacey. The last 10 she drew a couple of good handy ones, and just carrying on that nice form that she's got at the moment.
I'll go through the results in an end or two as well, Mark, and we'll just sort of keep an eye out for how these two teams have been going as well as we see. This bowl's not far away. Oh, great effort. And for another third shot.
Yeah, you'd think that's probably maybe second. So it'd be interesting to see which hand Shirley plays here. She may well play the wider ditch side, since that's their own short bowl up there to sort of get a wick off or knock in.
Surely. On the forehand. How long is it going to hold for?
Up. Mate, they hold up these.
It's a holding bowl, isn't it?
This is definitely a holding bowl, and they look like a Taylor.
Taylor something.
Taylor or Drake's.
Taylor grip.
Yeah, looks like the Taylor grips. Probably red lines, if I'm guessing.
Just say it with confidence, Mark.
Yeah.
Definitely a Taylor red line. Here we go, on the back end.
Nice here.
This is good stuff.
This is brilliant. What a shot.
Don't sit out. Oh, I think she's in for one. That's a beautiful bowl there from Tanith. One down.
Yep.
What a Stacey, so that's a great bowl.
So I think the key here is to make sure we're up and under the front bowl, trying to sit that last bowl out for three. Or if you're a bit wider, you might touch the jack for a couple. Similar to a fierce bowl, but a fraction quicker.
Very nice delivery as well. All
Nice
6 players
wide,
here. Get it away pretty good. Onto her own, around her own bowl. And sits down. That was a perfect weight, wasn't it? Literally one bowl wide, potentially.
If that had been under the front red one there, you could have landed the last bowl in and sat for 3 or 4.
Yeah. Moana just having a look as if it might even be in the count somewhere.
Oh, I think it'll be one to Jury Hall here, so.
Oh. See, Tanith has got the spray chalk in her shoe. Seen worse places to keep a spray chalk, I suppose. That's quite clever. Outside half of that'll do. There you go. Yep. Guaranteed you one shot.
2 nice weighted bowls there.
the fact that it's still a measure, Tanith will be pretty pleased she set that bowl down. And while we wait for the measure, I'll just go through the results of the last round, I think, Mark. So firstly, we know the result of the broadcast game. It went Kerry Bond's way, 13 points to 11. And then in the next game down, we saw Agimotu, Leslie McClendon and Kirsty Hill from Bridge Park defeat Julie Daly, Kay Wallace and Glenys Chelt from Hallswell, 17 points to 8. And we saw, well, we didn't see, but then Jill Fraser, Penny Woodgate and Sue Hunt from Kerry defeated Shannon Leonard, Julie Robbins and Janice Williams from Kiatoa in South Canterbury, 18 points to 10. Can also tell you that Justine Cowman, Cheryl Royden and Yvonne Spencer from Motueka defeated Audrey Stevenson, Rochelle Stevenson and Michelle McDonald from Raumati, 12 points to 8. So that's a good win there. And in the matchup, I think, of the round, Jane Anderson, Andrea Dowman, Kath Mann from Queenstown defeated Deb White, Bev Corbett and Katrina Ensor from Hinuera, 17 points to 8. Deb, of course, and Bev runners-up in the Women's Champ pairs last week. And with 3 to go, I'll just rattle through them. Jasmine Merrick, Janet Beatty and Diane Murray from Tikaraka defeated Christine King, Joy Shepherd and Pat Tedeke from Balclutha Bowling Club, 14 points to 11. Medea Fryer, Emily Gray and Anne Ears from Palmerston North defeated Carol Hubert, Helen Reeks and Jean Morris, 14 points to 6. And lastly, Bronwyn Stevens, Brooke Craik and Ange Francis from the North East Valley Bowling Club was successful in defeating Pat Vouse, Mary Watson and Aileen Blythe from Meadowbank Bowling Club, 16 points to 12. So some interesting results in that second round.
Yeah, thanks for that, Alex. Well done going through all that.
I catch my breath now. If anyone wants to have a proper look at it, this is of course available on our Bowls New Zealand website and through the Facebook page via Bowls Hub, and you can have a look at not only game by game, but there's ladders there and the entries and who's come from where and all that sort of stuff. So it's a good resource to go have a proper nosy at. And we see here Megan Gray on her backhand. Good first bowl, came out smooth as well.
I think just a bit wide here.
One down. If you draw from there, you'll get shot. Here.
So Moana on the forehand. Looks a good track. Looks a good
Hold
track.
just a smidgen. She's very close.
Yeah,
Good
that's a
bowl.
great shot.
Lovely bowl.
Might have made 2, Alex.
I think she has there. Couldn't have gone much better.
Even if you come around that one.
Lovely shot.
This is the shot.
It's a long way away, that jack, isn't it? It'll be a longer end than what they've been playing.
Come on.
Oh, beautiful line as well there from Stacey.
Same thing again. Stay round for 2. No, we've got 2.
So 10th just saying we've got 2. Time to add a third one.
Yeah, pretty safe adding here. Although I would have probably preferred the other hand. As on this hand, we can grab the jack and only hold 1.
Good bowl.
Just played it well.
Yeah, lovely bowl.
The hands don't touch.
That's really good there from Stacey, just asking how short her last bowl was, so you can make that nice correction. Oh, I love her delivery, eh? Just no bounce at all.
Yeah, looks beautiful. That's a fair effort too.
Yeah, lovely
I
line.
think that's what Tanif will play that hand as well, to try and sit that red or just drop under and touch the jack for 3.
Long walk back to the player's end.
So it does look very inviting from that camera angle, and yeah, it's playing the ditch side, just overreaching the back red disc bowl. So a nice confident draw, in other words.
Yeah, good track, Tennis. Just your speed. Yeah.
It was a lovely line, but just sort of maybe a slight lapse in focus there.
Yeah, I guess this is a bit longer in than we have been playing, so you can excuse the odd one like that when we've been playing little wee short ones.
And Shirley. Steering it down. Still on a good track here.
Yeah,
Right,
close
what's
to
going to
taking her
happen?
own bowl
What's
out.
going to happen?
Oh,
Oh,
she's
it's
got it
gone
good.
well. She'd been
For
half
one
bowl
shot, I
wider,
think.
that would have been panic stations.
That's the sort of shot I think Tanif should have played, to sit that bowl. Maybe not quite as quick as that, but would have taken away the shoulder that Shirley just got.
Holding one, says Moana.
So this is shot bowl, and this is us as well. You can stay there on that same track. Even if you roll Jess over.
Yep, and if she grabs the jack, we'll probably make 2 or 3 still anyway, so looks a pretty safe shot, this, Alex.
Oh, yeah, it's one where you can be nice and confident. There's going to be very little harm to be done here. You see Tanith on the right line. She'll be disappointed that she's missed this one short. That's a beautiful track, isn't it?
Yeah, just that couple of yards. Now, there's a shot on the forehand, Alex, with weight to try and get the jack out to the right-hand side for 3 or 4, but I'm not sure they've actually seen that. When we get the camera angle at the other end, you'll be able to see we might have been able to play the forehand down to hit the shot bowl or trail jack through to the right-hand side here. They're all red disc bowls.
Yeah. Not to beat, so I think they're just happy enough to have scored there. Well, we'll call it 1.5, so we're going to get a measure. 4-3, it's been a tight contest.
Yeah, some good bowls played in this game already.
Just going to that red bowl and then around this corner, so I think they're just making sure it's not 2.
Well, it might still be 2.
Well, that it is 2.
Hmm. Two.
Yeah, so Jury Hill will be pleased with that. 5-4 up now after 5 ends. The Carrington Club as well, Mark, is another one that can trace its history way back. The first meeting to start it off on the 27th of April 1896. So that's a while ago, and they had a meeting and decided to form a bowling club, but it wasn't until another year later, on the 28th of October, that's my birthday in 1897, where they formally opened the green. Wonderful day to open a green.
Wasn't called Carrington then, though, I don't believe.
That's correct. I think the little excerpt they've got in their website informs me it was the Carterton Bowling Club, and I think the Carrington one,
Correct.
it says it was founded in 2012, so did they merge with the croquet? Mark, do you know anything about that?
I'm not 100% sure on that
Okay.
part of it, but I do know they changed their name. So yeah, I do know they were the Carterton Bowling Club.
Fair enough.
I'm sure someone will message us that info if they know it.
There we go. What did I notice the other day? You know that little tennis tournament that's going on at the moment in England somewhere? That that tennis club is a tennis and croquet club, and when it started, croquet was a bigger sport than tennis, so it was mainly a croquet club, and they've sort of changed in the last 100 years or so. Absolutely pointless piece of information on a bowls broadcast. Jess here on her forehand. This is just about the first bowl we've seen from the leads on that forehand side, that ditch side, I think.
And interesting, they won a long end, the Jury Hill team, but decided to go back to these short ones, so it's quite interesting as well.
And similar leading from these two leads. You've got a first bowl that's in an okay line but a bit short, and a second bowl that's slightly overplayed but handy. So a similar end setting up for both teams so far. This is going to need to hold.
Might hit the front blue.
Well, you take it, don't you? You go, cool.
Yeah, they're the sort of bowls, yeah, they're in the rules, we take them. But to be fair, you know, she might not have been that far away for weight, maybe a fraction through, but I've never seen anyone get a result like that by being short, so it's always a good thing if you are up.
And better to miss into the head in those situations. As we see Stacey on her backhand side.
And looks great track here.
Beautiful line. Short of one gallop, I would say.
The Hawke's Bay girls on the next rank look like they're enjoying themselves.
So Moana being asked to play the backhand, tapping the ground with her foot. That's not usually a sign that you're short.
Yeah, it's going to be a good home if it lands that back red. Yeah, just past that red.
So Stacey sticking to her backhand.
A little bit tighter, but might land the shot bowl here. Very close.
Going to guts that one.
Didn't hit the front. Oh, it was a great track. If she just dropped under that, would have landed the shot bowl for one.
Yeah, that was perfect weight. Crossover now.
So a nice confident draw here because we're holding two. There's no real danger. So down to speed with this bowl. Just a fraction short, I think. May count.
You reckon, or you want me to come this other hand?
So it looks like backhand. Shirley gets under the front
stalking
red.
after this one.
Under the front red. She's
Close.
close here.
Oh, that's a cigarette. That was literally a cigarette paper wide. Beautiful effort.
It looks like a hard head for Shirley to get into here at the moment too. So maybe the idea is to play up through her last bowl, reach through the last bowl, or you could be a fraction wide and get the front blue shot. So it doesn't need big weight, just a yard on through the front bowl.
Yeah, just reaching on that backhand.
Yep, looks like that's what she's playing. Try and promote one of her own or sit the shot bowl. Oh no, maybe she's trying to draw around it. Not
Tell
bad
you
if the
what.
weight's good, is it? How's the weight?
That's a mighty effort there.
Yeah, only about 6 inches to a foot through. It'll be
Fantastic.
2
attempt.
here.
Looks just like the 2. Can also tell you, Mark, that the Carrington Club was the Carterton Club until they merged with the Southend Club, after which they opted to be called the Carrington Bowling Club. Thank you to my kind soul who flicked me through that bit of information.
Yeah, I knew there was a bit of a story to it, but I wasn't 100% sure of it.
Carrington sounds better. So what was that in the end? Did we see? I stopped paying attention. A couple, 7-4.
2, I think.
Let's see where this jack is delivered to. Gets 2 claps for the jack length, so that would indicate that's where they wanted that to be thrown. Jess on the forehand. Oh, at least it's past the head with the first one.
So both these teams actually need to win this game. They've both dropped their first game. So technically they're both in what we call post-section already. Yeah, it's a must-win situation. If you lose more than one game, you cannot qualify. This bowl here just reaching through a little. If it stops, it's fine. Stay up on the paddock. You know, you never upset at a bowl within a foot or 2 of the ditch. Yeah, all bowls past the jack are in play, as we say. This little quick as well. Might be in the ditch, this one.
Oh, now my
Might
one
just
will
be
really
small.
want. Yeah.
Sorry, Alex, might be a small change of length, and that's why they're all through so far.
Well, it does look a long way away when you're down the player's end. You think, oh, the jack's a bit further up than it was. I've got to give it a bit of push, but As you said, sometimes you can slightly overdo it. That's a very good bowl there. Lovely.
Yeah, nice work from Moana there.
Essentially drawing to an open target. And Stacey as well on her backhand.
Heading the right way too, Alex. Might just be a little bit short, that's all.
You got it, you're just that, but that's fine.
Down to speed again, pretty good.
Lovely line.
Two pretty good bowls. Yeah, 2 good bowls from Moana here. That's great stuff. That's brilliant.
Follow that down, Stacey.
Really jumped on that chance as well because it was a pretty open head. Moana got to it.
And Alex, that's one of the key things when you're playing in the middle is when your leader has just failed to get a good one in, is to jump all over the jack and get 2 in and set up the head really good, which is what's happened here. Because it's just not the lead that has to draw the shots. Everyone in the team has to do it at some stage, so Moana's done her job really good here.
And Tanith now on the crossover, holding a couple. 3 up on the card. Must win game. Looking to add another to the count. Clears the front one, it's not far away.
Yeah, playing the right hand too here, like giving nothing to sit on.
Keep going. Oh, great track.
Doesn't help the opposition. One of the key things in the game is we don't want to put any bowls that help the opposition.
So Shirley now, as you said, with a very small target. Playing the backhand. Very straight running bowls,
away.
aren't they?
Are they what? That's a great effort.
I think we're just used to watching that previous broadcast match where there were more turning bowls. I just keep waiting for Shirley's bowls to turn and they don't.
Yeah, I think that's probably more to the point. We were used to the sapphires, which were extremely wide.
Go out and come back in again. So Tanith on the forehand. See her first bowl there at 11 o'clock. Just needs to add a gallop. She's done. That's a lovely bowl there from Tanith. Now, Shirley was able to open the head a little bit up with her first bowl, so it's a wider target now if she plays a similar one. This is a big moment in this game. On the backhand. Oh, she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it. Just looks displeased with that. Still willing it back in. I don't think it's going to come in enough. Her weight was lovely, but she knew she was wide the moment she let it go. And that will be a 3 to the Jury Hill.
Couple of feet over, that's all.
Big moment in this game. We see Jury Hill make it to double figures now, I think. They should be on 10. Just delivering the jack to that longer end. So I think that must be their plan. On the backhand.
Yeah, I think this end's getting to be pretty important for Carrington, just to get the mat back and try and change the game again. 10-4 is not out of touch, but it's starting to get a little bit out of touch. Keep dropping singles and twos.
Underneath it, she's wanting it to turn. Just going to get bogged on that bowl.
So the last game, when we had sort of bowls like that, we had the leaders swapping hands. So be interesting to see if this is the same. No, they've just carried on down the back end.
Stuck down that groove.
Yeah, because like the front bowls aren't in the way if you play with good weight. And this is pretty close. Nice work there. I think it's sometimes the leads want to swap hands, or it's the skip that makes them swap hands more than anything. Whereas I'm a bit inclined when I'm skipping just to let the leaders carry on down there, and unless we're late in the game, then I might get them to change just because I don't want them to sell out or something.
Yeah. Moana indicating she wants to play the forehand side.
How's
Brilliant
this
to
looking?
hold.
That's pretty good.
I think it's pretty
Another
good.
great bowl. Another great bowl from Moana.
Lovely shot. It's 3 in a row she's
really
played now.
Yeah, really coming onto her game now.
You never question it when you hit that little run of form, Mark? You just go, right, while the sun's shining, I want to be making hay here.
Yeah, it seems to happen like that in bowls. I think, you play one or two goodies and all of a sudden you seem to have a patch.
You just click into gear. The moment you question it, it tends to go away, so just don't think about it. Just be happy that it's happening.
Yeah, just get on the mat, chuck them down the same line, and it should hopefully all be the same again. We make it sound easy sometimes, I'm sure of it.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's surely much easier watching behind a mic, I've discovered. And look at this here from Moana. She gets down a little bit. That's a pretty good second bowl. That's a lovely bowl
nice
there.
Work. Two good bowls again, 2 in the playing area, and you can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah.
Stacey, is she going to be up here?
Beautiful line.
Little,
She started.
Yeah.
Short of a gallop. Started off very well in this game. Just sort of lost touch a little bit in the last 3 ends. Not much, but just enough.
Yeah, I think 2 big bowls coming up here for Shirley. She does need to turn this head over. Doesn't really matter where Tanif chucks her to, but Shirley's team cannot afford to drop a 3 here from 10-4 down.
When you look at the flow of the game, it just feels like that would be asking for a big change in the scoring in order for a comeback to be on them. Tanith didn't let that one go as nicely as she would have liked.
And she has got enough room to draw a shot, so it's just a matter of being confident when you get back to the mat and running through the right process and confidently drawing to beat this bowl on the left-hand side of our screen. If you beat that, you'll go close for shot.
Yeah, that's good there from Shirley, just asking for a foot level with the jack.
It just gives you an extra target zone, Alex. That's the reason why some players like it. And when you can't see the jack, sometimes it's hard to play sort of what we call blind.
I find it quite handy when the jack is obscured, just to have someone level with it away. Shirley was on the right line, but a bit short there, so she's got one bowl left to make that correction. On the forehand.
Still a little bit narrow.
Little feather.
Went away a bit.
Oh, tightened up the line.
Yeah, it has its uses, that bowl, because now you're sort of like 3 down. You know, coming round it, you could run into it and knock it in for a fourth. So there's a bit more pressure building up on Shirley with this bowl. I like the line. It's down to speed now.
Beautiful track here. She's close here.
Big chance. This is a bomb.
She's still close.
This
That
is
is
a bomb.
top-notch bowling, isn't it?
That's about as good as it
Magnificent.
gets in the game. So from
Huge amount of pressure.
13-4 down if she misses, to 10-5, and certainly back in the game with that bowl.
Great stuff there. Calling on all her experience. Oh, that's a lovely bowl. Let's watch that again. Absolutely perfect. Just around that bowl of tennis that was in her eye line. And sat down with perfect weight for one. Really good stuff there.
Yeah, and this is where we need a change of something, either the mat or the length or the jack. Just got to mix it up a little bit and go, you know, we've been getting dominated the last 3 or 4 ends. We need to change something.
The jack does look like it's a bit shorter here.
And even if changing means the lead then changes hand, whatever changes the game, you need to make some changes.
Megan Gray with
not
her
too
first
bad.
bowl. Nice line. Yep.
You know, one odd yard past, and in the plain area, as we like to call it, where if we can pick up the jack and move it 6 inches to a foot, we have 2 bowls and a couple of feet of the jack.
On the back end again. Jess on the forehand side.
Just landing the shot bowl.
Yeah, good bowl. Be happy enough with that. And I think Stacey just be looking to refine some of her early form. On the back end, beautiful delivery.
So just for your info, this is round 3 for the women today. So the next round will be televised, will be the men's game.
Moana on her forehand.
Looks a little quick, Alex.
Slightly overplayed. It's a reasonable opportunity here to double up on that bowl from Stacey. It's a beautiful first one. Out of the hand, pretty good again. How's the weight?
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good, Alex. This is nice work.
Yeah, really nice bowls.
So similar to the last few ends where Moana's been drawing the 2 shots and whoever's had the mat here now, Carrington with the mat, and they've drawn the 2 shots with Stacey. So nice work from Stacey.
Yeah, should be happy with that. Moana under a bit of pressure. Tanith looking at it like she thinks it might be close. It's got a good line. Just overplayed by that smidgen. Beautiful track, but going to cross over with 2 to the Carrington team.
And that's where games can change, Alex. You know, 1 bowl from the last end, from steering down 13-4, 1 bowl. Next end, we're within 5 and we're holding 2. And Shirley draws a third, the score could be 10-8. So it doesn't take long for these games to turn around from whoever's in front of them.
You just blink and it sort of switches around. So Shirley now. She'll remember she's just played an absolute bomb on the previous end, so full of confidence. On the forehand now.
Just a little quick, I feel.
Yeah, beautiful
Trying to
speed.
count,
Green. So what's Tanith playing here, Mark?
Oh, I just think you pick a hand. I'd probably play forehand because the 2 bowls are already counting. But I don't think it matters what hand she actually plays. It's just whatever hand you're confident on. That's what it's more about right now. It's if I'm going better on the forehand, I'll play that. And if I'm going better on the backhand, I'll just play that one. There's no bowls in the way, realistically, stopping you drawing a shotty. How's the weight? All of a sudden, mighty effort.
Oh, that was a good shot. Beautiful speed.
I actually think I like the idea of swapping hands here from Shirley, just so she doesn't trail the jack.
Yeah, that's what she's doing.
And she looks like she must have heard me. Also on this hand, if you got anywhere near the jack, you could just tuck it behind your own bowls and make it hard for the opposition. Oh, how good is this weight? All over it for weight. Beautiful weight.
No. We're 2 down.
So Tanith just making a little correction with her second bowl coming up. Protecting a 5-point lead, but you can blink and that'll disappear. I think she's tied out of her hand here, Mark.
Does look a little narrow. And probably lacking the weight, I think, more than anything.
A bit of everything,
Another
yeah.
yard. Yeah, another yard on that. It might have held its way to the jack.
And those 2 bowls, both of Stacey's. And, you know, 10 minutes ago it was looking likely to be 13-5, and now it's not. It's going to be 7-10. How the tides can turn in this game we play.
Yeah, and even like this end now, if they can convert this end, then the score tightens up for these last 4 odd ends. So we could have a really tight finish on our hands here.
It's an interesting psychology, isn't it, when you're the team that has been leading most of the game and you've got out to a 5 or 6 point lead and you get to the end 14 or 15 and there's 1 or 2 the difference and you think, I don't understand what's happening here.
I guess what happens sometimes is players start what we call scoreboard watching. So they start worrying about the scoreboard and actually not what's going on the rink. Now, I'm not saying that's happening here. That's just what can happen. So I've seen some good players and good teams actually start looking at the scoreboard. instead of just running through like the natural processes of their deliveries and what's actually going on in front of them.
It is something I sort of hark on about it a bit. Look at this here. Trail the jack back. You're usually happy you've taken the jack with you when that happens, but Jess will be pleased. It's something I hark on a bit in commentary, Mark, but I always like, in coaching, they talk about the different types of goals, and you've got like your outcome goals and then your process and performance goals. And I think even if you don't know the big fancy words and the fancy concepts, most of the good bowlers you talk to, you sort of, it works itself out by trial and error, and you start understanding that instead of going into a day thinking, I really want to win my club championship singles today, that's what I want to do, instead you start thinking, I just want to make good decisions and get it out on the right line. And if you focus on all the little things, the big stuff tends just to take care of itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, we call it probably the 1%ers. If we get all the 1% right, they add up. So, and it's good to have the outcome focus of winning, because we need to have that. But if we don't follow the other processes before that, we seem to lose grip of what's really going on. And you're right, chucking the ball down the right line is a good start.
No, everything else sort of, well, it just comes from that, doesn't it? Because if you can't get the ball out on the arc that you want it to go on, you're on a hiding to nothing.
Yeah, look, I think I can vouch for that for myself. If I'm struggling to hit the centre line, I'm in big trouble in the game. And there are rinks sometimes we play on that it's hard to hit the centre line. But it's, we know A to B is the hardest thing to do. So getting the green line right is really important. Yes, Moana's going to trail the jack again, I think. Oh. Wow, we've got some action here.
I think they are frightening the jack a little bit. Good to see a smile. And unplayed territory. We're talking about this earlier on today, weren't we? Oh, what happens on a carpet when you have to take a wider arc and sort of go out into the corner of the rink where there's no bowls being played.
Yeah, it can make a big difference. And we know at the moment, like, there's only, I think, 5 games going on this round. 2 rinks 1 and 2 and 3 down the far end. So it can be a lot harder. The carpet does play a little bit different when the jacks have been moved.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as dramatic as what we'd find on a grass green, but in general it is still that system, where you're on unplayed territory. Your bowl's gonna slow down more there than it would if you're going along the normal grooves.
Correct.
Moana
switching. Yeah, the rink next door, I think we've got Kay Bunn playing Natasha Grimshaw, which I think the score looks like 7-10 to Natasha Grimshaw for those from the Hawke's Bay or Thames that are interested.
Just saw Moana go into the ditch there. So 1 to... Oh, how many do we think it is to Jury Hill on the crossover?
Well, we know it's definitely one. It's just one blue.
Just the one, isn't it? Because that bowl,
yeah, there is
that red bowl.
Yeah.
3
Stacey's
o'clock.
got second shot. Yeah. I don't think either team's got much other than just trying to draw shots here.
That's pretty much what it is.
But if Shirley can turn this head over, all of a sudden the game will get interesting. You're down to speed here, Alex. I think the track's really good.
Beautiful line.
Just the speed.
Yeah. She'll know her line was perfect. another chance.
Yeah, and as Stacey's just said, your line was really good. So nice positive call from Stacey. Yep. Down to speed again, Alex, I think. Oh, just a fraction under for weight.
Yeah, once when you want a third bowl, eh?
Then put one in the middle, yeah. Maybe in the old days, Alex, when we had 3 bowl triples.
Oh, no. No. I'm pleased we've moved on to the 2 bowl triples. It's a nightmare, isn't it? Yeah. 9 bowls each. By the time you get up to your skip's last one, there's 300 bowls on the head. And no. It's no thanks. Other things I'm pleased has moved on. One there. They sort of stopped the momentum, haven't they? Yeah.
Yep, 4 ends to go though, Alex, and 4 singles makes it 11 all. So, by no means out of the game, the Carrington team. They're right in the game still. And that's one of the key things, is not try and chase the 4 shots down in one end. There's no hurry. Because while you're getting ones, they're not scoring. So
Absolutely.
4 singles, 11 all.
Seven. Jess Power looking to lead off with a good first bowl. Spent a week in Dunedin already. It's part of the brass band national championships.
Nice weight to start.
Yeah.
Megan's heading the right way here too. Oh, sorry, Jess. Oh no, it was Megan.
Here we go, Megan again.
Looks a little bit tighter.
Wanting it to hold at the end of its track. Not to be, it was beautiful weight, wasn't it? Holding one with the first bowl.
Yeah, almost all 4 of those bowls are virtually level. One might be a foot short, but in general, they've all got their weight pretty good here. Moana swapping over to the ditch side, as we know is a fraction wider than the other hand.
That bowl that sits at 9 o'clock must be lower than it looks on the cameras.
You'd think you'd be able to play both hands here. So I don't think it really matters, Alex. Just pick a hand and draw a shot.
And Stacey on the backhand.
Just about got 6 bowls check level.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Moana looking like she's going to switch to the forehand side. So essentially, you're starting from scratch, aren't you? You think, well, I'll just reset my weight and my green.
Yeah, and it's not like they haven't played the hand before. It's not like the first time they're chucking a bowl down there. Looks a little quick.
Feather.
Yeah, so Carrington holding shot, a chance to capitalise here, and Stacey played good work with the first, so just has to adjust the line and should have 2 shots.
This one looks like it's on a better arc to me. I know nothing though, Mark. That's not on a better arc. Sorry, Stacey. It's like the bowl heard me and thought, no, we won't be going anywhere near the jack on this situation.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. Blame the commentator.
Yeah. Safest people to blame. Right, so on the crossover, Tanith is leading 11-7 and 1 down on the head. Looks like there's room,
Yes.
to be fair.
Yeah, it's just pick a hand like the last time, you know. Pick a hand, try and draw a shot. Just ignore all the bowls on the rink. There's no real bowl in the way. Looks an okay-ish track, I think. Just speed now.
Great try.
And a nice home, even though it doesn't get the shot, it just makes it a little harder for the opposition.
Surely on the backhand.
Yeah, doesn't want to hit the last bow in. Lovely weight again.
Yeah.
So Tanith just asking how much I actually need, not necessarily how much to the jack, which is quite a good question to ask. Yep,
Stalking after it. How long is it holding?
it's just under, I think.
Oh, goodness. Frightened both the bowl and the jack on the way through. Almost a free hit here for Shirley. She'd expect herself to draw a second here, I think. Keeping in mind that her weight was perfect with her first bowl.
Yeah, these are the important ones, Alex, because these ones you can't get back at the end of the day. So these ones have got to count when you've got this bit of room. Does look like a lovely track.
Very close.
Down to speed now. Down to speed.
Turn, she says.
Oh, still just one, I think.
I heard some stress come from the team.
Yeah, I think Stacey got a little bit excited there that things might not be going her way.
Good shot there. And well played from Shirley. So right in the area. Worth one.
And yeah, that's one of the 4 that I was suggesting. So one end, one shot. That's all they need to do. Just persevere with that.
Yeah. You guarantee then that you're within, well, you'll be within 1 or 2 points by the time you get to the final end anyway, and anything can happen at that stage. So it's just about continuously scoring.
Correct.
Megan on the backhand. Good weight. Loose start from both these leads, Mark.
Yeah, it does happen though. So idea is just not to worry about it. Jump on the mat. they're all pretty much smiles and all look pretty happy down there too. So it makes it a little easier relaxing if you can do that. And pretty close here. Going to run through a couple of feet, but it's pretty good. Oh, just unfortunate to run into that bowl. Would have been probably a lot closer, Alex, if had not chipped her own bowl. Moana didn't like that out of her hand. It's actually a lot better than what she thinks.
Yes, I wouldn't be too upset.
We sometimes see that a bit with players. So, Alex, this looks like one of these ends that Shirley's going to have to play another bomb because they are probably about to be 3 down.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because you're 3 down, but if this was a practice situation and you said to Shirley, you've got yay room to draw, she'd back herself, or most bowlers would back themselves to do it in a practice. But it's a different feeling when you're in a must-win game at a national competition, isn't it? And you've got that much room to draw. Doesn't seem like it's that much room.
I guess it's just about just running through all the right things in your mind and just getting to the mat, just delivering the bowl and not overthinking it.
It's trusting the fact you've done it 1,000 times before. You can just do it again.
Yeah, we practice these situations in games anyway, so it shouldn't be any different to a normal bowl.
Again, it all sounds easy when we're sitting here.
It's easy from a commentator's point of view.
Just giving it a chance.
Yeah, big chance.
Needs it to stop. That's a beautiful first bowl, though, isn't it? Like, not much of a correction required.
Yeah, it could well be second shot, actually, to be fair. It's hard, like I say, it's hard to tell on these shorter ends with the camera being so far away just to work out how far through that bowl actually is. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was second shot. A brave person might try and trail jack for 5. I think drawing 1 is probably more sensible, though.
Probably. It's not quite as exciting, but probably the right shot.
The point is that can happen by accident as well, Alex. It could trail it by accident.
Came out of her hand pretty good here from Shirley. I think this is a good bowl.
Yeah, the track is great.
I think it's good, Mark.
This is
Look at this here. Top-notch stuff.
And the good thing is they've got all the back ones. So if Tanif decides to attack it and gets the jack and doesn't follow it, she will be 4 or 5 down. So have to be a little bit careful going for the bowl if she decides to.
It comes with a lot of risk and a lot of reward, doesn't it? Because you pop it out at this stage, that's good news. But if you gave the shot away, that'd be a blow.
It's a game-winning bowl if you get the bowl out. But if you get the jack back you give the opposition probably the lead.
A huge psychological boost.
So just drawing for one. So another great save from Shirley. That's 2 absolute monster saves in the last 2 or 3 ends from her.
Yeah.
And like I said, only 4 singles. All sounds easy, but it's on the cards at the moment.
Tick along. So 2 the difference now.
Can see the Hawke's Bay boys sitting in the background there. Pat Golder and Neil Barron. Watching Natasha Grimshaw, who I think is 11 all in that game with a couple of ends to play. So that's another very close game happening just alongside this game.
Good stuff. They'll be awaiting coming onto the green. Of course, our next, as you said, the next game, Mark, will be a men's game, and it's scheduled for a 3 o'clock start, and we're likely to stick to that because the men will be coming on, doing trial ends and whatnot. So a 3 o'clock start, which means there should be enough time for the viewers and for us to have a little bit of a break in between this one and the next one that we're broadcasting today. Lovely first bowl from Megan Gray.
Yep, right in the catching pin. This isn't too bad either. Just needs to push a little bit more. That's pretty handy bowls.
Yeah, good shot.
Not quite in the V that we talk about, but pretty close to it.
It's not far away here. Down to the speed from Megan. We'll watch her come back into shot in a second. Yeah, 2 reasonable bowls there, both at 6 o'clock to the jack. That's good stuff.
Yeah, both in the playing area.
And this bowl given a reasonable chance as well if she's got the weight. A beautiful effort.
So 1 to Jerry Hill. Thanks, Stacey. Yeah, you just pick a hand here. Now, there's no bowls in the way. Pick your favourite hand, draw a shot.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what I would say.
Essentially committing 2 bowls to it, aren't you? You're thinking, well, I have 2 stabs at trying to get one close, and we're either going to get 2 close or 1 close, or good luck, Skip. So that's lovely.
It's a lovely trick. Yeah. Yeah, and that's only a couple of feet odd short, so it's only got to beat that. Same with Moana, she's just got to beat the wing blue disc bowl.
So Moana on the forehand.
How's this looking? Pretty good, I think, if it's up.
Not far away. She's pre-chalked it by the looks, but that might have to be removed. Very confident.
Like
she nearly made it.
Looked like it had chalk on it, didn't it?
Might just be the way. That'd be a funny thing to have on a bowl, wouldn't it? So, you know, you get all these multicoloured bowls, just get them pre-chalked. put it in the plastic composite.
I still want to have a bowl that looks like it's glass, so you can see right through it and have it looking invisible on the green.
I'm sure I've seen one in the short mat game. I'm sure I've seen an opaque bowl at something or somewhere. It should be, in theory, it should be fine, Mark, because they're just condensed plastic, aren't they, bowls? So why not? Why can't we have a see-through bowl?
Yeah, I think it'd be hilarious.
Probably end up burning a hole in the green with a magnifying glass or something. Scopes. Or a see-through jack, that'd be cool. There you go. Let's not get carried away.
Moana, good first one. So this any bowl pass is good here from Moana. So
Oh, lovely
yeah,
effort.
it wasn't a bad effort that. Now, probably still 2 shots at least. And Shirley's under the hammer again to get out of this head. So she's doing an awful lot of work to keep the Carrington team in the game right at the second. I think she just play the same hand that the opposition played.
That's what you would think, eh? It's the natural shot to play.
Yeah, rather than try and draw around the front pink, I think that just makes the arc a lot harder to get in for one when the other hand looks more open.
See what decision Shirley's made. She's still tossing up on the mat here. She's thinking forehand or backhand. Which way do I go? Forehand
Yeah,
looks
the
like the call.
forehands. Yeah, I think the forehand, you just got a few more chances. You can land the second shot on the forehand.
Yeah.
You can land the shot bowl. You can trail jack for a couple. It's just a little bit more going.
It's on its way, Mark, and it's on a good line. Oh, last time I said that it was wide, wasn't it? And I think I've done it exactly the same. Well, we can see how I'd be playing this rink. I'd be wide all the time on that hand.
Yeah, I was going to say you'll be wide. Perfect weight again from Shirley, you know, like wasn't far off actually getting the shot there. Just got to play similar with the next one.
Tanith on her forehand, so you're looking to get there before Shirley does. Now let's watch where this bowl ends up. I'll track out a little
Might get a
bit.
rub.
Good bowl.
Yeah, that's probably counting. It's probably 3. At least 3, I would say.
And he doesn't change your shot though, does it?
Shirley's got to really try and get shot here. If she misses with this bowl, you would suspect that would be game over.
Yeah.
So pretty important bowl right now, once again.
She's done it before. Can she do it again?
Ooh, a bit of a grimace on the let go.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
If the speed's good, she's all over it. How about this? Is it up? Oh, it's a mighty effort.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
And I
Wait.
think holding 3 here, I'd make sure the most important thing is to take green. Do not want to touch either of the red disc bowls that are short.
You're going to have to come around this pink bowl. As long as you're around that pink bowl.
That was interesting.
Right. Tanith on the backhand. How's this?
Not bad. That's pretty good.
Good bowl. It's a great end for the Jury Hill team.
Yeah, I think 3 here and makes them 5 up last. But I guess we'll see if it is 3. Does look like 3 to me.
1, 2, 3.
And then there might be a couple of measures.
And then decisions. And there's this this was the 13th end, wasn't it? So there's actually, is there 2 to go after this one?
1 end to go.
2 to go after this, I think. So I think this is end number 13. I've been wrong before, I could be wrong now. We'll wait and see. Wait and see what the scoreboard says. Whilst they measure for 4.
Three it is. So 14-9.
3.
So this, we're now on the penultimate end. We're on end 14. It's five the difference. So really important for Carrington to, well, they have to score on the next two ends if they want to have any chance, don't they, Mark?
Correct. And probably got to get 2 or 3 here.
Probably want to get a 3, so you only need to get a 2 on the last end when you don't have the last bowl, I suppose.
Yeah, look, if you get 3 here, yeah, 3 here means you're only chasing 2 on the last end, so it's very gettable to get 2s. 3's a little bit harder without the last bowl, but not ungettable. So the key part for Carrington is to score, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. So that first bowl there is one that Megan should be able to better with her first one. She's switching to the forehand straight away. And will really be looking to be slightly past with her first.
Yeah, it's just a matter of putting bowls in play here.
It's very
this looks pretty good. It's past the jack and you know, a couple of feet past and in play.
Yeah, nice first bowl. Good bowl.
So Megan just wants to play the same bowl here. Don't try and change too many things. If you drop a couple of feet, then you draw the shot. But similar bowl otherwise.
To run out.
Yeah, it's nice work from Megan because they're both just past the jack and she gives her skips chances with her 2 bowls later. So that's one of the key things.
Moana on the forehand. Well, it's still building like a number could happen here for Carrington.
Yes, just don't rush it. Just try and get the bowls in the area and then work on the skip playing the big bowl.
Absolutely.
That's probably the way I'd be trying to play the head if I was skipping this end, rather than try and get the shots now.
Yeah, try and build your head up. So just having a conversation about what hand to play this one on for Stacey. Try and get a bowl out to the right of the head. Another second shot on the forehand, perhaps.
Yeah, she might be looking just to get round the front bow on trail jack, 6 inches for 3. The only danger with this shot is hitting the front blue, if you want to call that danger. It's close, though.
Close.
She's got it.
That's a lovely bowl. Good shot.
And now the number is really created. So any turning of the last blue bowl out anymore, you'll have 4. So Moana's pretty important if she gets a bowl just to the left of the screen, down by the jack. Get another 3rd shot in. Just beating those 2 red bowls would be absolutely perfect for Moana here.
Yeah.
And a bonus if she draws a toucher.
Yeah, good as this from Moana.
That's a bonus.
Bowl. If you're leading by 5 on the penultimate end, that's a good bowl to play.
Yeah, that's a monster. Doesn't fully secure the end, but certainly does help a big way towards it.
Yeah, increases the difficulty level, doesn't it, for the Carrington team?
Stacey's on the same hand. If she just misses the front blue, she can get some results.
Oh, she looked at that like she didn't like it very much as we sit and see the bowl.
She's under the front. But another one in that bucket area, though.
Thereabouts. Wait, have we seen... We haven't seen Shirley play much weight, have we? There must be a temptation to try and just find a way to remove that shot bowl. You'd have to go at some speed, I suppose, if you wanted to do it by getting underneath the bowl that sits at 1 o'clock.
Well, I think if you're under the bowl at the front, you can just get the edge of the jack. That would give you 3. So the bowl's okay, but actually just missing the bowl and touching the jack with some weight, a couple of yards of weight, might do the trick, Alex.
So essentially, you just go near that short bowl and pray that you don't hit it. And if you don't hit the short bowl, you'll be real close to a good result.
Yeah, look, and if you hit it, it's out the way.
Yeah.
So it makes the next one even easier, right?
Yeah. That'll be the shot selection.
Yeah, this makes it a little harder, doesn't it?
If you had a drive, you could wind up and hit tennis bowl at 12 o'clock and see if they'd both disappear.
Yeah, the last ball does make it a lot harder. But I think we have to see weight here. Got to try and move something or get hold of the jack.
Yeah.
Yep.
Surely on the backhand.
It looks wide to me. Even on the draw line, it looks wide.
Now it's a challenge for the Carrington team, essentially game down.
That's pretty handy. That's a pretty good shot.
Yeah, very good bowl.
Need to find a way to get some jack movement, whatever we're doing here.
Yeah, you just want to, there needs to be weight, doesn't there?
Correct.
So we have, she doesn't like it, she's wide, and I think it might be 6 the difference last end, so they'll play the last end out because it's mathematically possible to get a 6, but it's looking like if you're a Jury Hill supporter, that's pretty good news. The 1 year, so it's going to be 15-9 the difference. This is our last end here, so for Carrington, it's about you put every one of your eggs in one basket, don't you, Mark, and then see what happens.
Yeah, I think the key thing here for Megan is definitely like the last end, just get 2 bowls together past the jack. Doesn't matter where, but anywhere and past. And then it's up to Stacey to try and chuck her 2 bowls near those 2 bowls.
Yeah.
You don't need to get the jack there until the skip's last bowl.
Skips, yeah, absolutely. But just try and create a nest and then take the jack there. And it does work occasionally, but you may as well. Otherwise, what's the point in playing the end if you're not going to try and build it for a 6?
Yeah, look, I've seen it before. I've actually seen a team drop an 8 at the Taranaki 4s who were 8 up playing the last end. So I've seen it happen.
Yeah.
In fact, it was on the rink next door. Yeah, it was on the rink next door to us. So
would have been good to watch, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't watching our game. The other part of that story is the team that were leading by 8 insisted on playing the last end, so it was even funnier. And then dropped the 8.
I wouldn't be thrilled.
There was good news for them at the end of the story. They did win the extra end.
Oh, that's okay then, so I didn't need to panic too much.
Yeah. No. So wherever Megan's first bowl's gone here, I know we can't see it. The next one has to be somewhere near it, regardless of where it is, because it's the only way how we can create the 6.
Yeah.
There is no future in just drawing shots here.
Yeah, you got to, like you said, you have to just all the eggs in one basket situation.
Correct.
The eggs are quite expensive at the moment. Are they still expensive eggs, or have they? Yeah, so now your 6 is impossible. Well, it's essentially impossible, isn't it? So, what do we look for a kill here now for the Carrington team? Are you trying to kill the jack?
That's what we would normally be trying to do. So I'm not sure whether they will, but that's one thing, part of the game you've got to think about. I think they're allowed the 1 kill, isn't it? And then the next kill, the jack goes on the tee. I think that's the rules.
Yeah. And that's once the time limit's up. So a kill is on here. So you either try and make the kill easy by drawing close, then murdering it, or you sort of just go for the nibble early on. But if you can't find a 6, yeah, that kill's the only option here for the Carrington team.
I guess that's the good thing about. The good thing is with playing 2-hour time limits for 15 ends, they should still, probably got time for this end and even another end if they wanted to kill it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that should make it slightly easier for a kill because you've got a bowl target. She would have preferred to be a bowl short, I suppose, so you can come off it. Moana on the back end.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting if they're unaware of the fact they should or could kill it. This will be at least a learning curve that they'll understand next time they play a game like this. They could have killed it to give themselves another end and another chance.
Yeah, I suppose it's often something that you get sort of caught up in the game, don't you? And you just go out, you play the end and play the end.
Well, I think sometimes we forget. We forget that we can kill it.
See, they might have a chat on the crossover where that is suggested, perhaps. Yes, you can't. There's not a 6, so you may as well. That might have been what the chat
it doesn't
was
matter
there,
if you. Yeah, it doesn't matter if we lose by 12, 10, 6, 7, 1.
Or 1.
The result is always the same, Alex.
Yeah, correct. It's been a good game of bowls to watch this. I have enjoyed it, and we will be back at about 3 o'clock, maybe slightly before for that men's triple. Tenth's first bowl. So essentially for the Jury Hill team, it's just about not making it easier for the kill, really, isn't it? You just sort of, you either go past or short.
All bowls past, or even out of play, are good. They don't help. All bowls on the island can help a kill. Funnily enough, that sometimes it's better just to chuck yours in the ditch so they can't get a kill off it, or the jack hit it and they kill.
I'm with you.
Yeah. I think we are seeing some weight here.
That's good. Very good. You may as well.
Looks like.
Funny things happen. Yeah, good call. Good call.
Liking it.
I like it.
Liking it.
She's close.
Big chance.
She's close. Out of the rink. Great ball. What a shot. Good. That's
and
good
they'll carry on.
Well done, team. That's good stuff.
What a great shot.
Oh, that's a really good bowl. Clever thinking. Good stuff. Yeah, as long as the game's alive, it's alive, and it's a sport where if you keep killing it, sometimes the number does happen, Mark. So that's good stuff there from the Carrington team.
Yeah, good decision, and like I say, gives them another crack.
Absolutely.
Even though most people will tell you it can't happen, never say never, as they say.
I've seen stranger things. It's really good.
And once again, it's all down to Megan trying to chuck her 2 bowls in the same spot, and then Stacey working on them.
Yeah, and that's where you don't even have to particularly find a spot, do you? You just go, well, as long as my 2 bowls are past the jack and together, then we can put maybe another bowl there, and then perhaps with Stacey's last bowl, we try and get the jack towards that area. It's a game plan that can change a little bit. Of course, that does not factor in Jury Hill's bowls, so you have to hope for a few things to work. But it's what you have to try and do, I think.
Yeah, how does it work? We have no control over the opposition, but we control our own destiny. And if our destiny is to put them all together, that's our destiny.
Absolutely.
So it's important that the next bowl ends up somewhere similar to this.
Yeah.
So that's a really good start from Megan. It's past the jack and something we can play to. And if the opposition don't get one close, we might just draw 6 shots. There is that, Alex.
Yeah, it can. It can happen. It's not a clean game sometimes. So Megan staying on the back end. She can afford to get a bit closer to the jack, but still in that same area, like that wedge of her bowl and the jack.
Correct. Yeah, she's sort of down the right line.
That's good stuff. 2 good bowls.
Yep.
Yep. So there's your scoring area there to the right of your screen. And it needs to probably be between those 2 bowls of Megan's, and the jack. The jack needs to at some point move towards them, but that's how you start to begin to build your number.
Yeah, and Stacey's just got to make sure she puts her first one in that area and just see if something can be created.
Yep.
Here's Moana, might even be trailing the jack towards those 2 bowls to help them.
Yeah, so
Like
this is good stuff for the Carrington team.
Yeah. So now all trails on that hand create those 2 bowls back into play more. So even though it was a good bowl from Moana, it does help the opposition just a fraction.
Stacey on the backhand side.
We are saying it's pretty hard to get the 6, but if we're not trying, we'll never know.
Correct.
This is in that area, Alex.
Yeah, it's good stuff. You can see those 3 bowls, so you visualise the jack back a little bit, probably near that middle red bowl. There would be a 3 there. Interesting.
And plus the bowl you played, which is 4.
Yeah, so yeah, that's right. Bold counted, Mark.
Because we've got to use a bowl to get it there. It's quietly.
That is correct. Oh, this bowl could be that's actually quite handy for Moana.
Yeah, but you just got to play like it's not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just got to play like it's not there and chuck one in that area so we have 4 of them. And then it's up to our skip to play the magic.
Good luck and thank you. There we go, Stacey on the backhand. And her hand pretty smooth. She's got the weight.
Yeah,
This should be helpful.
Needs to miss the front
Close
one.
here.
She's close.
She's close here.
This is good.
Onto the jack.
This is
Moving
good.
the jack back.
For 4. Well, it gets better and better. Now it's a trail for 5. So it can happen.
What a sport. What a sport. And they've built this head
We
really
get a-
nicely. They killed it.
And now a 6, about an 8-inch trail or a foot trail could be 5 shots.
Yeah, it's on. Absolutely on. So Tanith, what's Tanith doing? Is she on the backhand trying to split those bowls, or would you play the forehand drawing close? What would you play?
Well, I might even try and play the shot they're trying to play. So if I miss, I get in that area and they can't play it anymore. So I'll probably play the same hand and try and get to that area. Although if she plays the same hand, she might be scared of moving the front bowl, which would open up more of the jack. So she's going for the backhand, trying to split some bowls. One would presume.
So just a defensive bowl here, where she wants to place a bowl where the jack could go to.
Oh,
And she's done that to a level, but I think it still looks like
still a
if the jack is
chance,
just
yeah.
tucked around the corner. It needs to move no more than in between 1 and 2 feet back.
Well, I'd just think a 1 foot trail. 1 foot trail back to the white dot we can see on the middle of the screen.
Yep.
I believe that would be 5.
Yep. It's the furthest bowl
If she moved
away.
it to that white dot.
Is it 3 o'clock, isn't it? That red stickered bowl at 3, and that would come into the count if the jack moved to the white dot. So that's all that Shirley will be thinking. Just draw. I mean, essentially you're looking to draw a toucher because you're likely to move it back a little bit anyway. And
the key, I think, Alex, is even if she fails, if she chucks one in the area, then the last bowl is for 6.
yeah, one that would be counting. Absolutely.
Yeah. So this is like key to get it in the area and not try and overplay it too.
What a great sport.
This would be great if we saw a 6, wouldn't it? I know that Cherry Hill supporters won't be saying that, but
For
it
the drama.
Just shows what can happen in lawn bowls.
Yeah. Strange game. So Shirley on the forehand. She's let it go okay.
I think a chance for line. A chance for line. Now it's just speed. A chance for line. Is she up?
Oh, Shirley. Oh, that was such
Well,
good green.
Yeah, now that does make it tricky.
Well, it's challenging now to find your 6.
The only other shot I've seen, Alex, is running the front blue bowl out and would we hold 6 if we stayed?
I'll have a
That's
look
the
in a
only other
second.
shot I've seen. That could be a possibility.
Oh, you'd be close to it. Oh, the 10th is going to put a cat amongst the pigeons. 2, 3, 4.
Well, don't know. Is the front blue no longer there? As it would be 5 without looking. Could it be 6 with the back one?
So just having a nosy at this. They've built a lovely
somehow
head.
we've
It's a
got-
shame that
Yeah,
Shirley's
we've got to-
first bowl was short.
Yeah, we've got to get that bowl on the count. The short red one, and I think maybe the blue clean. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, through that.
Blue clean.
If you play it with perfect weight, your collision bowl might tickle the jack a little bit anyway. So
Yeah.
got a
Let's hope
chance.
she
but
gets in the area and we can see some excitement.
I'd get pretty excited. It's been a mighty effort regardless from this Carrington team. Here we go. On the forehand. Looking to remove the
Chance.
shot bowl. She
It's
thinks
close.
she's close.
She is close. She's...
Oh,
what a
that
mighty
was
effort.
a bowl under. What a mighty effort that was. And there we go. We see it there. Mark, you can go get a cup of tea, and we'll just congratulate the Jury Hill team of Tanith Pot Guider, Moana Mea and Jess Power for winning that game. A great game we just watched, and commiserations to Carrington. We will be back at about 3 o'clock, maybe slightly before, with a men's match. But until then, sit back, relax and enjoy highlights from that game.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
Hello and welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the Somerset Champion of Champion Triples, broadcasting live from the Hopes Dunedin Lawn Bowl Stadium. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary again today by Mark Noble, and this round we're going to watch, the men have started, so we're going to watch Murray Wilson, Ruben Silver and Owen Bennett from the St Kilda Bowling Club take on Todd Swain, Mark Daniels and Ken Allison from the Wanaka Bowling Club. Now Mark, we've seen 2 games on this rink already. Do you think it'll play similarly on this third match? Do you think it will have changed at all?
It still should be pretty much similar, I think, at this time of day. I mean, it may, by about 4 o'clock, it may just change a fraction, but I think we'll see much the same. And like I said, both hands are kind. You can draw shots on any end.
So we should be in for a pretty good game of bowls. It's 15 ends, of course. So we see one of the leads play their bowl. We'll get the scoreboard up in a jiffy and have a look and see which match is what. So St Kilda's red and Wanaka's blue. So let's have a look at what coloured stickers on this bowl. Red on this bowl, so that must be Owen Bennett there, and this must be Ken Allison. That sounds about right, doesn't it, Mark?
Correct. I think we're on to it.
Always a good start. So the blue bowls, the Wanaka team, and red bowls, St Kilda.
Very good there. So this is round 1 of the men. So they've got 2 more rounds after this, finishing probably around about 9 o'clock, maybe, 8:30, 9 tonight.
Yeah, it'll be a long night for them. We will, after this end has been completed, we'll just get a graphic up on the screen for those interested to see how the women's event has panned out after their play in the first half of the day, but we'll wait until this end is finished and then do that on the crossover. It was a very interesting delivery.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was going forehand or backhand then for a minute.
Yeah, I thought forehand to start off with, and then I thought, oh, maybe it's across the head on the backhand.
Yep, definitely backhand.
It's Mark Daniels there from the Wanaka Bowling Club. And this Ruben Silver from St Kilda.
Not bad. Could be in the count that bowl, so.
Yeah. Pretty good out of the hand on the back end. Found this to be quite a nice rink, haven't we, Mark? It seems to be pretty consistent.
Yeah, I think you can confidently stand on the mat and go, we can drop one in the yardstick, so that's always a good thing. It doesn't have any gremlins in it, so should be a good game of bowls. Teammate telling him he's in the way of the camera.
Excellent.
So this is Murray. Just a little bit quick, I think. So we've finally got a multicoloured bowl.
Oh, look at that. The blue and the red, so they won't know what team they're on.
Yeah, pretty good
This
here.
one onwards. That's a lovely bowl.
Yeah,
and that's
it's
the
nice
spliced
correction.
bowl there. What a great shot. Very good start from the St Kilda team. As we see,
Holding 4.
Todd Swain here on the back end, willing this one down. He's not far away, but just going to be slightly over the head. So we'll see 3 there to St Kilda, and we'll just have a quick nosy now at the results from the women's played this morning. So there we go. You've got 3 columns: games won, games lost, and games played. So you can see, and just a reminder, 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4 qualify. So Bridge Park Bowling Club, they're on 2 out of 2. North East Valley's on 2 out of 2, Queenstown's on 2 out of 2, Picton's on 2 out of 2, Thames Coast and Plimerton also in that group, so they're tracking well for tomorrow. As we move to the next one, the 50-50s, Kia Toa from Hawke's Bay, Kiri, Raumati, Kia Toa from South Canterbury, Hinuera and Motueka are all 50-50. So they've got a little bit of work to do, and then 3 more on 50-50, which is Palmerston North, Tikaraka and Drury Hill. And unfortunately, with 2 losses, so unable to qualify, we have Meadowbank Bowling Club, Carrington Bowling and Croquet Club, and Balclutha Bowling Club. And also these 3, Waikiki Bowling Club, Hallsville Bowling Club, and Bowls Matua are unable to qualify in this event.
Well done, Alex.
Thank you very much. I did that in 2 breaths. Fair effort, I thought. There we go, first bowl. 4 it was on that first end as well, Mark. So a great flying start to the St Kilda combination.
Yeah, just the sort of thing you want to get underway early and get points on the board, and they've done that. And if they convert this end, then that 4 is definitely going to really count. So that's one of the key things when you get a number. We say if you score the next end, you can bank those 4.
Absolutely. Owen Bennett.
Nice line here.
Settling in, eh? That's a good bowl. Lovely bowl. Not far away
Trying
here.
hard here. Yeah, he's played a bomb here. Reuben's got the gum going 10 to the dozen there on early in the game.
Oh, I went and had a look because
changed.
we spoke last week or the week before, Mark, about juicy fruit to see if that was still a thing that people could have. I can confirm it's at every supermarket. I just hadn't been looking for it. I found some juicy fruit the other week.
Beautiful.
Very refreshing chewing gum. How's that bowl on the forehand?
Might be a little bit annoying and get in the way a little.
Not in your way, he says. Ruben Silva. Steering it down, Mark. It's not far off. Look at this.
He's got this. It's a bomb.
Absolutely beautiful bowl. That's top-notch stuff, isn't it?
That's brilliant.
Only good he had a bowl's width to get in, and he's managed that. That's great stuff. Looks like Graham Grocott in the background. Spent a lot of time, played most of his bowls out of Lockhouse Bay in Auckland. He's moved to Nelson 3 or 4 years ago. How good's this bowl here, Mark? It's not far away.
There's half a bowl.
Locked in. What an effort.
Yeah, mighty try with that bowl. But he's set up the head good. He's got 2 seconds. He's got a bowl either side of the jack, so any jack movement now is in their favour. It's the sort of head where I wonder whether you just leave one up rather than draw a second and you might set something up.
Yeah, you look at it and think, oh, it's pretty good. It is a pretty good one, isn't it?
Yeah, the worst thing he can do here is get near it and allow split on the 2 bowls, his one and the shot bowl, especially with the opposition having 2 seconds. So something to think about. We'll see if he's trying to add here or cover. Looks like he's trying to add.
Well, when you're that good,
Pretty good add.
When you're that good, why not? He's made the target half a bowl bigger, but that's fantastic stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought we'd see a shot and angle here, but we haven't.
He really wanted to clear that front bowl out of the way at the very least. Oh, he hasn't improved the head there. I'll be disappointed.
Yeah, I think I would have been tempted to go the forehand and try and smack the last pot that was in.
It's interesting, they've got off to an absolute fly here, this St Kilda team. Murray, well, he's just going to put another ball close this time. On the back end.
Well, he's not, he might actually cover the whole front if he sits that bowl down.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's worked out well. I mean, the forehand shot's essentially not super duper there, and I don't think Todd was ever looking at it, to be honest. It's going to be a good start for the St Kilda team. Great stuff. So it's a 6-0 lead after 2 ends. I'll just be riding that wave. Let's look at this replay.
Yeah, it's a pretty good end of bowls here from both teams, to be fair.
Just relive some of those bowls. That was a great shot, wasn't it? Sitting
the
bowl out, and then this bowl here. Rinse and repeat.
Monsterless.
Beautiful. Great stuff. Good end of bowls to watch.
For sure. And Murray looks like he's using the XGs, hence light XGs. I'm not sure what the others are using, but I do know that colour.
I think there's a few XGs there or thereabouts by the looks. Maybe a mixture of three or four different models of bowl, we think, Mark, with Eros, Taylors and XGs around the place. Look at that, that's a beautiful shot.
And Owen's just started on fire, hasn't he? In fact, the whole St Kilda team is just going bam.
So we see.
And that can happen in games. Like, you could be out of the game before it even starts.
Yeah, you blink, and it's all over. Well, not all over, but good stuff. So for Wanaka, it's just about scoring a point and then working from there. And I mean, to be fair, on the second end, they would have thought they were going to score a point because it was looking pretty good. But this man played an absolute bomb, and they ended up dropping a 2 because the skip added 1 as well.
For sure. And this is already a good head already. 2 bowls just behind the jack, 1 on the jack. Yeah, and unfortunately for Wanaka, they've got the 3 shortest and not in play.
Triples is a funny little game, isn't it? Particularly this 2-bowl format. It's very much pressure based. And almost need to be searching the entire time. Ruben clears this one. Oh, slightly better, but still, if you look at the sort of shot that Wanaka can play, they've got no back bowls, Mark, so it's challenging, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you've got to reach for this bowler. You've got to get a bowl past him and play, even if it remains. It's only 1 down at the moment, so it's not that bad. Just needs to be up with this bowl. I think he would have needed to have come under that front bowl. It's almost stood on the camera.
Yeah, I was briefly worried for the camera, to be honest, but we it survived, so that's good news. St Kilda Sharks, by the looks of that shirt. That's their nickname.
Yep.
Wonder how they got to that.
Yeah, it's hard coming up with nicknames for clubs, isn't it?
Yeah. We were. I played for Point Chev. We were lucky that the Point Chev Pirates already existed just down the road as a league club. So I believe permission was asked and granted to share that nickname.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Oh, we haven't seen this man miss much yet. Murray.
Yeah, it's drifting around the front one. He should count. Well, that's pretty good.
They just started off with a hiss and a roar, haven't they, this team? Wanaka would be doing well just to drop one here, to be fair. Oh, it's already on its way. That's the sign of, you know, it didn't take a long time to play that bowl. Often that's not a great sign, is it, Mark? Sometimes you just think you get caught up in that spiral.
Yeah, I just think just need to go back to the basics really and go, let's just concentrate, get one, restart the game. If you start rushing, then your delivery sort of goes with it. So it's important, as we always say, about the process part of it. If we just go back to the basics, that will help.
On the back end. Yeah, getting off to an absolute fly here, the St Kilda combination. It's going to be a 2, I think.
Yeah, looks like 2.
As far as St Kilda will be encouraging the speed at which this game is going as well. You know, you don't want to slow it down when it's going good.
Now it's important to keep momentum, and the old story goes: the more you get now, the less you need later.
The mat pulled up a little bit, and the jack across. And of course, Mark, I did neglect to mention, and I should have. It's a Friday, but it's also a public holiday, so I should wish everyone a happy Māori New Year by saying Manawatia a Matariki, or something like that. And it's a new public holiday, isn't it? I think this is the 2nd year around that we've got it. Just having a look at some notes, things to think of is spending time with family, remembering loved ones who have passed, and looking to the future, and how cool that we now acknowledge that as a public holiday here in New Zealand. And nice things to sort of think about and acknowledge.
For sure. So here's a chance for Wanaka to get in on the jack first. And Ken's played a pretty good first one here.
And Bennett on the back end. Two reasonable bowls, but you're right, Wanaka with a chance to put 2 close to the jack.
Yeah, and it's important they score, I think, before your opposition gets to double figures. I always think in most games I'm playing, as long as I'm not outside double figures, it's gettable.
Particularly
when it starts getting out, when it gets outside 10, you almost definitely need more than 1 an end. So while we still only need 1 an end, we can catch up scores quite easy. I've seen plenty of teams been in front like this and then get rolled over, so works both ways for both teams. One team wants to keep momentum, and the other team needs to change the momentum.
Half a chance. Oh, there we go. So the head's building okay for the Wanaka team.
It's a chance here for Mark to put a bit more pressure on. Beats any of the back bowls, it'll be a good home and a counter, so that should be his goal. Yeah, just a little bit short, but probably still counts, and that's not always a bad thing if we get counters in.
On the forehand.
These look like these look like they're arrows, I'm thinking. They just look like they're holding up. So it's important here for Mark to get a bowl past, to get a bowl in play for his skipper. So if he ends up one down, he can attack the head. And he's down. Just about done that. It's at least a bowl over and a bit more in play. It's good to hold shots, but we need covering bowls as well.
Yeah. And they are holding on this end, so it's nice on the crossover. And Wanaka will just be trying to, if they can just try and cling on this end, then they can start setting an example for St Kilda to follow. St Kilda will be thinking, well, there's no reason to think that Murray would miss this bowl. He's been playing pretty well. Just have one as close as he can on his forehand side. Taking his time. Out of the hand, pretty good.
And down good lines too here. Not a bad line with us. He's close.
This is very impressive stuff from Murray. He's hardly missed
good.
the bowl. That's great stuff.
That's really good.
Shot. Just not letting Wanaka even have a moment to relax or take a breath.
Yeah, that's pretty much outstanding from Murray. He's right from the outset, he's gone bang. And his team has actually backed it up as well. We probably put the commentator's curse on, do we?
Yeah. That's typical. There you go, he said one miss then.
I think this needs to be played a lot quicker. If you've got 3 seconds, I don't think you want to risk just trailing the jack right back, so.
Another point to St Kilda.
And they're definitely keen on the mat up. They're definitely playing mat up and jacks by the tees, so they definitely have a game plan.
I think Murray Wilson plays quite a lot at the PBA, which would have been based out of here, so he obviously knows the carpet quite well.
Yeah, it does help if you play PBA on the carpets you're going to play on. So. So he was going to play forehand, and now he's decided to play backhand, which is interesting.
Switching across.
It was like maybe he forgot which hand he was going to play.
No, and then Murray, Mark, so the lead and the skip of the triple, made the final of the National Champion of Champion Pairs last year, where they were defeated by Leif Selby and James Williams 16-11. So no stranger,
yes,
no stranger to going deep in these events. Absolutely unsurprising based on their bowls so far in this game. Look at this though, Wanaka's here battling away.
Yeah, they just got to get a shot, change momentum, maybe go tee to tee and just restart the game, really. Because I don't think you're ever out of the game this early. You're always in the game. You can always climb back.
A bit more sand, bloke, would be nice. Good effort.
Yeah, good job. That's lovely stuff, isn't it? Great bowls from Allison.
That is outstanding, 2 bowls. So the head's set up really good. Now they just need to hang on to them and, like I say, regroup and restart. Might see a shot on anger. Yep, we are.
Afraid of it. He's not far away either. Oh, it's just going to hold a smidgen.
Now it's all about trying to add without fattening that target zone from here. Because the worst thing you can do is put one alongside the white shot bowl that's just in front of the jack.
Go again. Go again.
Go again, he said. So it's a very positive call from the skip.
I think he's just wide again.
I like that call though, like the confidence that the St Kilda skip showed.
We just have, yeah, he's got a pretty good field that's a little bit hard to get out. So I guess he's got a 9-0 luxury lead. So, you know, if it was 2-all, I'm not sure he would be playing that.
Good ball here. Very good.
So I think he'll just play the same hand. He's not looking at it though. It looks like he's going to attack again on the forehand.
Interesting.
I quite like the backhand, just trying to arrive on the back white bowl and get second shot. Might get shot if we land the jack, so. But it did sort of sound like he was going to go quick for the actual shot bowl. Yep, and he's definitely looking like he's going quick for it.
Very confident.
That will not turn either.
No, just going to hold. It was actually quite a minimum weight, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, not as quick as I was thinking. Just doesn't want to pop the jack too far here.
Oh.
Well, he's made 3 probably, but he's made it probably worse, dare I say. So I still think we'll see some aggression here. I think we'll be reaching through this, trying to sit the bowls, pull the jack through.
On the backhand.
He's definitely reaching.
Right, so this is a chance for Wanaka to get on the board here.
You probably got a couple. Just a nice confident draw.
Track was good. Going to measure it?
Just measuring.
Yeah, it looked like it was 2, but clearly that's might not be the case.
They'll just be pleased they've got on the board, I suspect. A good space to start from. Like you said, it's by no means a 7 or 8 point deficit after 5 ends is nothing really, but it is just about, once you know you can score, it's a happier space to be in.
Yeah, then the next key thing is to change something, and at least they may not have changed the length because the mat's right back, and so they're probably playing the same length, but at least the mat's in a different spot. So that's always an important thing. Got to change something. Even if we're playing the same lengths, we need to have the mat back or the mat right up. And a nice start too here from Ken. Yep, well done.
So we see on the forehand side, Wanaka lead. Ken Ellison. Wanaka, that's lovely leading. He's kicked into gear this last couple
that's good.
2 ends. Willing this bowl back in.
And this just shows you how a game can change pretty quickly too, because to start off with, Ken was just a little bit shaky, and now he's found his length, and 2 ends in a row he's whacked 2 balls on the jack, and it doesn't take long for games to change, even from 9-0 up.
Particularly at an event such as this, where we know the every team here has won their Champion of Champions event already.
Yeah, and you don't win those normally by just luck, because you've normally got to win quite a few games to actually win them. You might get lucky along the way during games, but you've actually got to win a lot of games, all your club games, and then all the way through Champ of Champs.
On the forehand. It's not far away if he's got the weight right here, Mark.
Yeah, just needs to hurry.
Stuff.
Doesn't want to be short. Doesn't quite want to be short.
Definitely
and the
wants
only
it to
problem
sit
with
down.
that bowl, yeah, the only problem is it just gives a shoulder, and you might better kill it off that bowl if they attack it.
Desperately willing that bowl to sit. This bowl, I think it's not wide enough. This could be a huge turnaround. Wanaka crossing over, holding 4 on this end. Roller coaster of a game so far.
Yeah, I think it's one of those tricky heads here. The target zone's already over a foot wide, so if you can just nudge that last green bowl and just tip it around the corner a little bit, you'll take away the shoulders. And if not, you come off the inside of it and you pop it away the other side. So it'll still count, but it'll just make it a little harder for the opposition. And the way Murray started, I wouldn't be surprised if he got out of this.
Oh, neither would I. He's missed 2 or 3 bowls in this entire game so far. It hasn't made it easier, but it hasn't made it more difficult. So Murray with no change. So he will have been visualising this bowl for about 2 minutes now on the forehand. He's taking his time. Yeah, very smooth.
I don't think he's...
Needs a slice of good fortune. Oh, didn't get it.
Yeah, he was up, but just narrow on that hand that's a little bit wider.
So
He said that hand's a bit wider than the other hand.
Is Todd just trying to make it 5 and go, oh, it's a target? If you hit it sort of thing?
Well, I think Todd needed to be a bit narrower there. I mean, they could be in the count. I doubt it, but it is jack level.
I wouldn't think,
The opposition.
Yeah, I've been more surprised by less.
Yeah.
As we see, Murray, it's a big bowl, leading by 7, but you don't want to blink and let go of that lead. So played it with a bit more conviction this time.
Well, it's a lot wider.
He's given it a chance to turn back in. It might find fresh air, and it has. And that's a 4 to the team from Wanaka.
It depends on that last bowl. The last bowl could be in as well, Alex. It could be actually 6 here.
5?
Yeah, 5.
Oh,
it just shows you how a game can change. There we were, 9-0.
Absolutely. Good for the TV game. I can tell you also the Wanaka Bowling Club, Mark, was founded in 1926, and the land was donated by a man called James Fawkes, and the land was originally a paddock for wagon horses, so I hope they've had it well flattened out, because it doesn't sound like that would be a very it doesn't sound like that would be level ground for a bowling green. So again, another club approaching its centenary year there, the Wanaka one.
Yeah, it's always good. Like, I'm a member of the Takaro Bowling Club and the Johnson Park Bowling Club, but Takaro just had their 100th year. So they've got a centennial thing coming up, I think in September or October.
There's a few coming through.
Another good start there by Ken, straight onto the jack again.
It's a brilliant bowl. So we see Bennett. No, Ken again, sorry. Bennett played the red bowl on the back. It's at 7 o'clock.
So swap of hands here for Owen.
Well, it's finishing in an okay spot. Steering this one down.
Nice track, I think. Just the weight, just let him down there. I think this is a bit similar. I don't think he's quite here enough.
Just that frustrating little bit short.
I think that's what happens when the opposition have the mats a lot further back than what it is. I think when you're changing lengths and that, it's a good idea to do that sort of stuff. Just puts the opposition off when they start good. So I actually like what's sort of going on here from the Wanaka team. Now that's 2. Good track here.
Oh, it's a great effort.
Yes.
Oh, he's just passing through.
Yeah, it's a mighty fine attempt though, and he finished in a good home. You know, he might still be 2 down, but his skip's got something to play. City the bowl, trail the jack to the last bowl. So he can confidently play up to that.
Absolutely. So they make their way down to the head. Been a seesawing game already. We've seen every shot in the book pretty much, and we're only on end 7 of 15. So
Yeah,
swaying on his forehand.
16 shots and 6 ends. Definitely high scoring.
That's quite dramatic, isn't it? Good stuff for a
That's right
TV match. Yeah, he walked away from that one immediately. I've seen 15 points scored in 2 ends in a fours game before, Mark, and 8 picked up on the first and dropped on the second, or 7 dropped on the second.
Well, the good news about that is that you didn't drop an 8 and a 7 and it's 15-0.
Yeah, that would have been you just go, oh, cool. Call it finished. Now, here we go.
Nice line. The
Beautiful
XG
effort.
good to this.
Good shot, just out of the count. Good bowl.
Still got 2. So we could be back to all square here. Probably needs to make sure he's over here because the back 3 bowls were all St Kilda's. He's got one to the back. That's pretty important.
On the back end. Are we disappointed with that one?
We're 9 all now, I think, Alex. What we'll find.
So starting from scratch, essentially, after 7 ends. There you go. It's a good weight there, just off on the line.
So it's interesting how games can change like this. And I just think that sort of thing happens just because the leads actually has made the difference in the 6 ends we played. The first 3 ends, Owen played really good. And the last 3 ends, Ken has played really good. And that has been the difference in this game. Because the other players after them, Alex, have had shots. So it's easy playing when you're 2 up to when you're 2 down.
Absolutely. That's a good bowl there. Triples in particular, isn't it, is often dictated by the leads because it's such a pressure-filled game. If the leads can go bang, bang, that's generally a pretty good sign in a triples match.
Yeah, we get that every player can win a game within the game. But if the lead is going really good, you play catch-up for a long time. Here's a great ball coming in now. Right on the jack.
Shot. Front
brilliant. As I like to say, he's blocking both hands now.
Never a bad thing if he's on your team. On the forehand side, looks just underneath the line to me. Yeah, he's walked away from that one.
Nice weight though, Alex. If he landed the shot bowl with that weight, it would just pop the jack to the white bowl for 1.
Forehand.
Here's a key thing here, Alex, when we're holding shot now. Still got to keep trying to attack the area and just trust the bowls do what they do and not just back off like he has. He's trusted that he can draw another one without selling out.
Yeah, good shot.
And looks a little narrow again, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be up to the skip to play a ball or two. I think maybe there was... I suspect they might have used an Imperial, the Imperial system, which didn't go down that well with Ruben.
He's got past. That's all good too.
It's a good spot. Good to see that. A bit of humour in bowls, isn't it? Always a good sign that your team's in a nice place if everyone's laughing. It's when it goes real quiet that there's a problem.
I think all games are like that. When you hear a quiet team, you're normally in trouble.
Yeah, it's usually not ideal. Or a quiet car on the way home.
I think after the game, 5 minutes after, you should build a bridge and get over it. But
yeah,
at the time, they hurt.
This is close. It's a lovely bowl.
Nice
If you look at the fact the two red-stickered bowls are holding two. And Murray here doesn't want to make a big target, does he? He'll just be looking to keep it that one bowl target if he can.
Yeah, he'll be looking to get to the last bowl that was played. Just try and land that last bowl in case the jack pops to that. Which is what he's trying to do here. He's not that far away.
What's happening here, Mark?
I think if he's 2 down, he looks like he's attacking by the sounds of that. And yep, he's definitely attacking the front bowl, trying to land the front bowl onto this shot bowl.
If he gets it
Like
square,
this.
he's very close. If he gets it
He's got
square,
something.
oh, goodness gracious me, that was not far away. It's a brave call. It was a one bowl target, and he was half a bowl off. That's a fantastic effort from Swain.
Oh, I think you'll find that he might only be 1 down. That bowl's fallen forward as well. So it might have worked in his favour. Yeah.
I think he deserved the results. That's fair enough. Yeah, I see that bowl at 1 o'clock has moved around the corner a smidgen.
Yep.
Let's see.
This could be our lowest scoring end. Oh no, it was still 2.
They've calmed down, Mark. Only 11-9.
20 after 7. we're averaging 3 runs and over here.
Not bad stuff. Certainly keeps it interesting to watch. So it's St Kilda, the team that's back in front. And so Bennett delivering the jack long.
I think they've got end 9 up, but I actually think this is end 8. I could be wrong though. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, it either is or it isn't. I'll see if we can see in the background. So Bennett plays his ball on the forehand. Yeah, good ball.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
So we have Ken Allison here on his forehand side. It's the right line. Now it's down to the weight here from Ken. Good ball.
Yeah, it's
Nice
pretty
shot.
good.
Very good, Obi.
That's great bowls. Great leading.
Good balls, mate.
Yeah, 3 really good bowls. They swapped hands, but I don't think he needed to, but we'll see. He's
Yeah.
not bad. Can't complain if he lands a shot bowl, can we?
Yeah, I mean, if you
And he
swap
has.
hands and play it well, fair enough. That's a good shot. Fair cool.
Yeah, if you're going to swap hands, play it that good.
It's just about the first time we've seen both the leads be on at the same time, isn't it, Mark? So they've played 4 effective bowls each there, whereas up till now it's sort of been one lead tends to dominate the other. Whereas we see 4 pretty good bowls there from both of them.
And when the leaders go this good, it makes it really easy for the guy following. Even if you are 1 or 2 down like here, because you have lots of bowls in play.
Yeah. On his backhand, I think. Yep. Got the weight right. He's not far off here. Beautiful line. Those
Yeah,
blue
good
ticket
spot
bowls.
again, Alex.
Stalking after this one.
He's close. How good's this one? What a bowl.
Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Even if he's 1 down, Alex, it just makes the head a whole lot better, doesn't it?
Mm. On the backhand again. He's in a reasonable area here, Mark. This is very close to something interesting.
He's got at least the ball.
Look for the jack. Oh, I think he might have snicked the jack a little bit. That was a good shot. Unlucky, really. And if he was 1 down, it's no worse, is it?
No, he's still 1 down. And he might have some shots on now to get that bowl out.
All right, good shot there.
Yeah, probably he'd probably prefer to be 1 down because he can attack a little bit more.
Here's a replay from another angle so we can see it. So he was looking right for the jack and just snicked at the very last moment. That was a good bowl.
Yeah, he's given his skip some chances from here, so that's all you ask for when you're skipping.
This could be either beautiful or a calamity, depending on how the bowls sit. It's a lovely weight from Murray, wasn't it, to get the inside half of that red bowl and bog on to the second shot for 2. Now swaying on the backhand.
He's got this from
Needs
anyway,
it to
he
hold.
might make 3 or 4, is he? Oh,
That was
it's
exceptional.
Really
I think he's 1
unlucky.
down.
I'm not sure he could have played that much better, I don't think, Alex.
No, I don't think he could have played it any better. It's a lovely bowl. Just the way it falls sometimes. Murray asking a question here. On his backhand.
Yeah, I think he'll want to be up here because he does want to get another one in and around the area. There is only 1 red disc bowl anywhere near it there. It's a good call on the other hand. You can play under the front blue, land the shot bowl out clean for 5. And if you're a bit wide, you might get that front white bowl onto your own bowl as well. So some good chances on the forehand here. And not much risk involved in this shot.
It could get quite exciting. On the
Always on the backhand.
backhand.
Thought he was going to play forehand at this.
Yeah, go underneath it. You sort of, I think he was looking at exactly the same shot, but just on a different hand. He sort of missed it. I mean, let it go there.
Here's Owen going for another walk with the mat, as he's done on other ends. I just wonder if we can check the ends on that board just to make sure we're on the right number of ends.
Where are we? Oh, that's not even our board.
No. I'm sure they've got it right that we've played 9 ends played, but you just never know.
Anyway. So this is the 10th end. And this bowl, that's a good one.
Good start.
Very good first bowl. What can Ken do about it on his backhand? Lovely line, just short of a gallop.
Looks good again, I think, Alex. Is he up? He is up. He's pretty
I
good.
think so. Yeah, that's good stuff, isn't it?
Good track. He's got the jack here, I think, Alex.
He's
This is a
got
great
it.
Shot.
Yeah, good leading.
Brilliant shot.
Close. Get a little feather
Yeah.
onto the jack. Needs it to keep going. Just pulled up. Fair effort.
Yeah, it's important here for Mark from Wanaka to actually still reach this. Just try and move the jack a fraction or just get past. As you can see, the 3 short red disc bowls. So a small touch or just missed is good.
Don't want to lose your ball, so you're only just a metre or so through it.
Just heard Murray say you don't want to lose your bowl, and that's something we see a lot of the good bowlers not to, isn't it, Mark? Is if they miss their target, their collision bowl, the one they've just let go, is usually still handy. It still improves the head, and he has lost the bowl there, so that's not quite what was being looked for on the wake.
Yeah, that's one of the key things when you're not the skip and you're playing within the team, whether it be triples or fours, especially in the middle position. It's important to get your bowls on the island and in play, as I call it. So anything near that back blue bowl would have been perfect.
Well, every bowl's got a chance to improve the situation, doesn't it? So even if you don't get your initial target, which might be to do X, at least if you're finishing past the head or within a metre or two, you've still made it better for the person coming after you.
Yes, for sure. That's the whole idea. And we talk about making sure whatever bowl you play, it helps the person following you.
So here we go, Murray
makes
now.
it easier. Yeah, so Murray will play forehand. He'll try and sit the bowl. Or if he's a bit narrow, he will land his front red, pushing it in for shot.
Came out pretty smooth. He's not
I
far
think there's a
away.
chance. He's close.
Right,
He's got
let's
the
see what
front
happens on the plant.
Oh,
That was beautiful weight.
he's not made it any easier either.
No.
Got 4 seconds, but hard to get to the bowl now.
Clean run all the way past from Swain.
Yeah, I think he's made it a lot harder to actually get to the shot bowl. So he might just be forced to try and draw a shot here. But it's hard to believe with 4 seconds that we wouldn't be playing some aggressive shot.
Yeah, he'd be looking for something, won't he?
Yeah, he's coming down to have a look.
You do
he
think,
realises,
oh goodness, we have, yeah. You've got second, third, and fourth, and fifth shot. You really want to try and find a way to get rid
I
of
think I'd probably
these shots.
play forehand still, Alex. So if I play the forehand, he's looking at backhand, but I'd be worried about getting the jack and nothing else, because I have no poles in play behind the jack. So I'd probably still play forehand, got the front green bowl, the grey bowl, and if I slip past, I might get lucky and land the white bowl out for 5. That's how I would be thinking about this head. I just think there's risk on this hand of slicing the jack and being 3 down, and the opponent has 1 bowl left.
Could be a stressful time for sure. So we see Murray line up. He's leading 12-9 in this match on the 10th end. Playing it with a bit of conviction. Now, how fast are you going to turn?
Here's the danger. The opposition bowl onto the jack. Oh, just about got away with that.
Just about made it, but I don't think he quite has. So you'd expect to see Todd just try and draw a second shot on the backhand and missing wide. Better to miss slightly wide in this situation than slightly narrow.
Yeah, as long as he plays with good line, he shouldn't have to fear knocking in that front bowl. And it's just, does he think he's 1 down playing with this weight?
Perhaps,
Maybe.
perhaps the cameras have lied to us again. It certainly looked, I would have.
Oh no, it was 1-2 Wanaka.
That's okay. This came out a bit quick. So 22 points scored in 10 ends. So it's slowing down the scoring rate a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of singles last end.
Madness we saw at the start. Short end here. Is it too short?
No one's questioning it. The mat's back a fair bit.
On the forehand.
It does look a bit marginal, though, doesn't it, Alex?
Oh, yeah, it just looks short. Well, maybe it's because it's a lot shorter than what we have seen.
I think there's a couple of white dots still in front of that jack, though, so I'm pretty sure it probably is up, clearly. And another nice start from Ken, by the way.
Yeah. Some great bowls from all 6 players in this game. As we see Ken look to double it up.
It looks like he didn't like it. He's turned his back awfully early, but...
He'd be happy enough, you'd think. That's not bad bowls. Well, I'd be pleased anyway.
Yeah, I'd have to say that's only probably 18 inches of that, so it's not bad.
On the back end.
No one's close to landing the shot bowl. Just slide fast. So, Alex, based on today, I know we're due to start tomorrow's coverage around about 12:40, but that might actually be a bit earlier with the fact we've finished games earlier today.
Yeah, we may run ahead of time. So the viewers, I would recommend you just sort of get the link up and ready to go. And we'll let you know on Facebook and our website if we are running a little bit ahead of schedule for tomorrow. But certainly that's the way it is looking, Mark.
So, a really good first ball there from Mark as well, and they've got 3 real good ones.
Yeah, we've seen both teams are quite capable of this, aren't they? They can just sort of smatter their head with bowls.
The key thing now is Mark does not want to fatten the zone up. Got 3 good ones, don't want to help the opposition. Does not want to
Needs it to
open
sit
up the
down.
front.
Oh, he's made it slightly more inviting, hasn't he? Just by virtue of that little snick there.
And sometimes it's good just to keep the good ones we've got and not try and add. He's got away with it though.
Under the line. It's really interesting. We haven't seen, and we've done a champ pairs here as well now. And we haven't seen, I cannot think of one full-blooded drive that I've watched in what is now 11 or 12 games of bowls on the screen.
Well, probably could tell you that Alan Stewart's playing tomorrow. I'm pretty sure you'll see a full-blooded drive if he's driving.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. I'll hold you to it.
Because
Here we go. So we've got this bowl on the back end. Oh.
well, he's not covered. He's not worried about the jet going backwards. So what's Murray going to do here? I think he's just going to play up to land stuff by the looks of it. I don't know that he's driving. He's reaching at it, I think. How good is this, Alex? How good is this?
Very good. Oh, it's sitting down. That's a very good bowl.
He's cut it down. It's no longer 4. It can only be probably 2 at best.
2 at the most.
So he's played a real good shot. Yeah, real good shot.
Swain here needs this bowl to hold. Now he needs it to swing.
Does not want to sell out. Oh, that could count.
I mean, he had good weight, but Murray may go over nosy at this head just to look at what is the optimal place to put a bowl.
I think you could play with some big weight here because any bowl you hit, you can't get rid of your front bowl. And you've got all the back ones. If you can get your front bowl onto the jack, the back 4 bowls are yours. So if he can get weight onto his last bowl, he could make 4 here.
Yeah, I like that call. Murray on the back end. Nope, just getting himself reset.
He's done that a few times. It hasn't really affected him. He's close.
Very close here. Look at that. What a shot there. That's a beautiful bowl. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah, he had a lot going for him, and the key thing there was to actually be in the area.
Yeah, really good.
So the end of the game, the last 4 ends have sort of crept up very quickly on us, Alex. We're down to the nitty-gritty now.
Well spotted. On backhand.
I think we just got a score update to go up. I think the score's actually 13-10.
There we go.
Yeah, Ken doesn't like this one.
Yeah, be disappointed with that. And this bowl too, looking like it might need a bit of a gallop to get up to the head. Just a bit short. So a wide open head here, really. I expect himself to draw the shot.
Yeah, he's pretty good here.
Lovely bowl.
Pull them down, Reed, and just sit on that white. Very good.
Looks not quite here either.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to have a smack at the one bowl. Yep, they're driving the white bowl off for 3.
Something square, something off the side, anything. Oh, there was a bit of movement. The speed was good, Mark, and the bias right.
Yeah, I was a bit wondering about the bias for a little bit, but I think he was on the right bias.
I was playing lead for Aiden Takadua in a centre pairs once, and we had to drive a bowl out, and he wound up and he goes pretty quick. And he hit it as hard as he could, and he missed it by, I don't know, half a bowl, went clean and into the ditch, and it was a sand ditch. And I had a look and I said, "Oh, what hand do you think you played that on, Aiden?" And he'd played a wrong bias on a drive shot. Just missed it by half a bowl, but it was enough.
I'm sure he would have shouted for that, wouldn't
Oh.
he? No.
Okay.
Funnily enough, I played the Aussie Open 4s with Aiden. And it was really good fun playing with the young
cool.
boys that we played with, Tom and Aiden. And we managed to get through to the last 32, so it was no mean feat.
Yeah, it's a fantastic event over there, isn't it? The Australian Open.
Yeah, just so many classy players.
There we go, on the back end.
Yeah, I think if Todd fails here, I wonder if Murray will be having a crack at that white bowl.
No, he's indicated that he's happy to have a go at it, isn't he? And Todd. Oh, I quite like that call, Mark. I think you may as well. You know, your worst case scenario is going to be 1 down or 2 down if you miss your bowl. Right, if Murray misses and Todd adds a bonus, you drop a 2. If he hits it and Todd doesn't, you've got a 3. Risk and reward. It makes a bit of sense, I think.
Yeah, full ditch runner means you could swing and get the jack as well in the ditch for 3 or 4. So some good chances if you're attacking the bowl with weight.
Yeah, I like that shot selection a lot. I think it's a good idea. On the backhand. He's very close here.
He's got the bowl
Clean as a whistle. He's got it.
and
Clean
follow
as a
through for
whistle.
Jack. Oh, that's a good shot.
Just about. Brilliant stuff. Now the
And now
pressure's...
Todd has to draw this. Yeah, if Todd fails here to draw a shot, it's a 6-shot deficit. He didn't
Yeah,
like
really
it out
good
of
call.
his hand by the looks of it. And we can't. He looks like he's a bit wide, I think.
That was actually that was brilliant for Murray. He's picked his time there. You know that if you miss it, you might maximum drop a 2. If you don't, suddenly Todd's in a world of pressure. He's 3 down. That's a great bowl. That there. Nearly a game-winning shot, I would say. Certainly allowed them to get a comfy amount in front here on the 13th end mark.
Yeah, I think pretty much the crucial bowl so far of the game to make sure that our differential in terms of what we're up playing 2 or 3 to go makes a big difference. Now Wanaka are chasing 2 an end from here, and on a couple of those ends they won't even have last bowl, so it'll be quite hard to run down the 6. Not impossible, but I like the weight that Murray played there, so that if he missed it was going to drop under and grab the jack.
Yeah,
which
and
is
stick
what
with
I
it
actually
too.
really liked. Yeah, that was the key to that shot.
That much over, Obi. Track's good.
That's pretty handy, that one, just a yard or through.
Don't think they'll be shot before too long. You can take your quick, really.
A loose-ish start.
Yeah, if you're coming down there, mate, the track's in there.
Which is not ideal for Wanaka, who are certainly chasing from here.
Should be. Turns.
Welling it to stop. Nice red stickered bowl of St Kilda's, not to be. So there's still room here, and I think it's pretty important here for Mark Daniels to play 2 effective bowls. He'll be wanting to go close. That came out absolutely beautiful. Now, it's just a question of whether the good delivery translates into a good bowl. One to correct from, I suppose. Past.
I'll just give you one score update that I've just been given, and just because I am from the Manawatu, the Johnson Park team of Alan Stewart are leading 11-4 after 10 ends.
Thank you, Mark. When we get into the, and a few of us are wondering, when we get into post section, it's a bit easier to keep track of scores, but we have a very small broadcast team, and we can either make sure you can see what's happening on the screen, or we could have it paused while we go around picking up scores, but not post. So we've opted to bring you some broadcasting where there's some nice camera switching happening. Otherwise, it's a bit challenging to get the updates around, but thank you for that one, Mark. And when we do get to post section, we're able to sort of to delegate a little bit easier with the fewer teams that are playing. And a good shot there. What a correction that was from
That was good
Mark
ball.
Daniels.
Oh, it just makes it easy when you get a text through to say what a score is.
Yeah. Absolutely. So they make their way down to the player's end.
So the key part here is Wanaka have to score, and they are holding the shot. Yeah, so clearly Murray goes through that ritual of picking up his bowl and then taking it out of his hand again. He's done that quite a lot in this game, hasn't he, Alex?
Mm-hmm. Very much so. It must be almost part of his routine, I think, or just making sure everything's feeling right.
He's looking good if he's up. It's close
That's a
again
lovely
here.
bowl.
Look at this.
What a shot.
Yeah. How good is he going? He's played magic in this game.
All the way through, really. There hasn't really been a dip that I could think of. Probably the 5 they dropped, he missed a couple of bowls, but they were still close, weren't they?
Yeah, look, he's played well in most of the game. So, in the last bowl just showed exactly how good he is going.
Good home here.
I think Todd's going to have to take a risk here. He's probably only got 1 second. But I think he's going to have to start looking for that shot bowl.
When you're at this point in the game, you need to, it's pretty imperative that you score a shot and you're either in or you're out.
Yeah, you can't afford to be 17-10 down with 2 to go. I think you're in trying to get the bowl out or kill it so we can replay the end. And the way Murray's going, I wouldn't be surprised if he draws another.
And that's what
I think he has.
That's what he's about to do.
How good's that?
That's great stuff. Well, now it's you can't get rid of both of the bowls without the jack moving, but I think you have to hit that and just see where the jack's going. Looks like it's going pretty square back, doesn't it, at a glance? I'll have to have another look to see the angle's a little bit better.
Well, I think it'll kill Alex if he hits it.
Excellent. He won't be short. I sort of expected a little bit more oomph. I was just looking to, I'm not sure what he's looking to do actually. Off that one. You feel like the game's just getting away from them a little bit here, Mark. We see a replay of those 2 brilliant bowls.
Yeah, how good's this?
2 scored. You just feel like Wanaka's 8 points, and it's we're on the penultimate end. So, I mean, we've seen 1-5 scored, but I just struggle to see 8 points in 2 ends to the Wanaka team. Regardless, this is the end. They need to score at least a 3, don't they?
Yeah, and the mat's up, which means the jack's near the tee. Hard to kill the jack from there as well. So even if you're trying to kill an end to get another end, with the jack being up by the tee area, it's harder to kill. And this looking handiest from Owen.
Lovely line.
I guess it's a bit like the last game we watched. All these bowls from here need to be in play, Alex. So all bowls got to be passed or to the jack.
Let's give yourself every possible chance.
Not bad again. A little bit quick, but it's going to be good. Yeah, they're pretty good. On the rink next to us, see Stoker leading their game 14-7. Since we can see their scoreboard from here.
Good spotting, Mark.
This is better from Ken. A little bit short, but still handy.
Just waiting for the ball to come back in.
Beautiful track, mate. Take a meter off.
Dare I say it, Alex, this could actually be the last end if Wanaka don't get more than 2.
They need 2 out of the next 4 bowls to be very, very effective here. Well, you're right. That'll be that. It doesn't go back on wins. It doesn't go back on ends and points or anything like that in this event. You either win the game or you don't. And if you get 3 wins, you qualify. So if you cannot catch up, you cannot play, and the game will cease. And certainly heading a little bit in that direction, I think, Mark. So, to find a 2, the check movement's no good. So essentially, Wanaka needs 2 bowls within a foot to score 2 points. So we see Mark on the forehand. Needs this one to count. Desperately needs this one to be effective.
Close.
Where's it going? Oh, 3 hits on the jack and 2 for Wanaka here. It's going to be a big ask.
Yeah, this is not set up very good, I think. We've got to start looking to kill this end.
It's possible on the forehand, outside left half, as you said, of that red shot bowl. Pop the jack out to the right. Hopefully it doesn't bounce back up or anything silly.
I can tell you I've just had a text from Aidan, so he's clearly watching our commentary.
Probably not
which is
a broadcastable. So here we go. Murray on the back end, and 2 attempts at a kill, we think, coming up from Todd Swain.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting he does, and this is not going to help the cause. Oh no, he's just passed.
Yeah, wind up twice. If you chip it out, maybe you can draw with your second one for second shot, but 2 goes at that shot bowl. Yeah, good call here. Yep. This is close too.
He's got it.
Good bowl.
Oh, he's got 3 of them out. Well, now the back red is worth 4.
The weight he's shown there, that was a lovely weight to play that shot with, and you wonder if he thinks back to some other times in this game, maybe that weight would have been more productive. A lovely shot anyway from Todd, kept the hopes alive of this Wanaka team.
Yeah, and St Kilda only got one bowl near it at the moment. So there is a number on. I mean, the way Murray's played, you'd expect him to get another one close. But if he gets it near the other red bowl, they both might go.
He's short. You want to count
how many is that red worth? How many is that red worth?
Do you pick the needle on the... How do you get rid of it, Mark?
Forehand.
Is it on the forehand side underneath the bowl at 12 o'clock?
I think that's the manoeuvre.
Certainly looks
Just
on, doesn't it?
How many seconds? Just
they're just trying to figure out how to get there. So they've pointed at that plant for 2. So that green bowl onto the white bowl because it's on the roll. So that'll be worth 2 points. Or you could try the bowl at 12 o'clock. If you go to the 1 o'clock side of the bowl at 12, underneath that, and then get rid of the red stickered bowl that sits at 4 or 5, that'd be worth a number. He needs to make this one
3,
count.
4 if I stay. We'll see. Yeah, he looks like he might be playing that shot.
The little plant.
Oh, no, he's not.
He's playing the little plant onto that green bowl, onto the white, and he's wide. So we're going to see the game's done. It's over. Yeah, handshake and congratulations to the St Kilda team of Murray Wilson, Ruben Silver and Owen Bennett for winning that game, 18 points to 11. Remember, we're back tomorrow. Maybe bank on more like a 12 than a 12:30, but we're back tomorrow after lunch anyway. So have a look on the Bowls New Zealand Facebook page and website for updates as to when we are coming back, but after lunch sometime. Thanks for joining me, Mark. I really enjoyed that day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your Matariki Friday. And I wish everyone else watching that the same too. And meanwhile, I think we may as well all just sit back, relax and enjoy highlights from that very high quality encounter between St Kilda and Wanaka. We'll see you tomorrow.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.